Yo, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Morning, morning. What's up, my guy? How's life treating you? Feeling better? Yeah, dude. I think I just took on way too much, man. Because in that one day I did, like, the previous day, I had gotten home, woke up, did a full stream, had family staying in our Airbnb, so hung out with family, went out to a family dinner, and then as soon as I got home, I recorded, edited, and posted an entire 1-hour build guide. And so I think I just did way too much in that one day. And so the next day, my body was just burnt out. I had a super bad migraine. Life is good, no complaints. Give you some vacation to play though. Hey, you're gonna be able to play right at start, right? You have you got some stuff lined up or? I wish there was a way to convert strength to attunement. That would be insane for this weapon, because you have like the butcher axe that will do it for intelligence. For your intelligence equal to your strength. Sadly, you don't get any scaling off intelligence for smite. And I was just trying to think about my Holy Fire Paladin. Just trying to think if what would be the way to play it now. Hey Exotar, how's it going, man? I saw the video a couple times. As right now, I'm gonna play Blade Dancer. Yeah, I think Dread's in between Blade Dancer and Avalanche. Are you gonna be using that new weapon, the new sword? Yeah, Lethal Mirage. Yeah. It could be kind of fun to dual wield this sword, even if I'm doing it as like I've theory crafted a version where I do smite on hit with Warpath, but I'm curious about doing like direct casting smite. You'd lose the crit chance though of not having a catalyst if you use this on the offhand though. One of the only downsides. But I've got an idea with doing like full mana stacking. This could get kind of interesting. Man, it sucks this is a weapon too, because if I could use the axe and I could use a Mad Alchemist ladle, that'd be nuts. Then I could make my strength equal to my intelligence, and then I would have a crap ton of intelligence and flat damage for all the cast speed. Sorry guys, I'm like staring off into space when I'm trying to think over interactions. I guess you'd get a shit ton of crit regardless from using probably Peak of the Mountain. Let me see what the strength version would look like first. Then I can kind of go from there. Yeah, two-handed katana, Black Blade of Chaos, I think it is. I wonder if you have only one target with that chance to do something or not. Oh, with the sword? Yeah, it should. It should. Here, let me get the dual wield down real quick. Oh, I can just keep it on here. I'll have to keep going back to it. Chance to cast Smite at 2 additional targets. No. It wouldn't with a single target. Sorry. I was saying that incorrectly. But Smite doesn't have a problem with single target damage. Its main problem it had, if you looked at my original Holy Paladin guide, is it just didn't have a lot of AoE. Hurricanes are dope. Yeah, Wiggly. How's it going, brother? Yeah, I guess not. Yeah. Yeah, but that's okay, honestly. Lost power and it's my day off. Sadly, no video gaming today. Oof. That's okay, man. You're saving your video gaming for Tuesday. I think it's on Tuesday, right? Can you dual wield? I wonder if you could put two of these on and how it would interact with each other. I didn't have two to test with. I think I accidentally ripped one of mine. Give you like 100% chance. And then that should give you +2. So you basically give you +1 spell damage per +1 strength, I believe. That's how it should be interacting. The question is, can you outweigh just the flat damage on a wand fairly comfortably, where it would make sense to actually use these? Sadly, the other stats you can slam on it are kind of lackluster too, because you can get like crit multi and like fire damage. Everything else is kind of bad. I'll kind of show you how I was doing it, Manuel, because I know you were interested in this build too. Hey, what's up, Felix? How's it going, man? And M, welcome, boys. Here, I'll do the melee version first, and I'll show you kind of how I was messing around with it, and then we can go from there. I don't think I took all of those nodes. Just enough. Get the chance to cast Divine Bolt on melee hit, since that's also a fire spell. I think I was using a shield, but I kind of want to look at how it would be with dual wielding. You get all the spell crit here. And you definitely want the move speed if you're going to be playing with Warpath. And then there's some strength nodes here that are kind of nice. And you get the melee attack speed with the sword, so you'll probably want to get at least 5 points there. I don't think any of this would be really worth grabbing. The other thing too is if I can get over here for the attack and cast speed, that'd be pretty nice. Could grab the extra vitality. Or just the stun avoidance, honestly. That's actually really big. Although you're immune to stuns while you're in Warpath already, right? You probably don't need it as much. I don't know if it says it on there, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. I don't think you can get stunned while you're in there. Just put him in Vitality, probably for now. That's an extra 30% attack speed. That's pretty big. Let's see something like that for now. Proc bid's always caught my eye. If you dual with the proc's additive, I mean, you get like 4 additional targets, or you have a double chance of 2 additional targets. I think the added spell damage per strength would be additive, so you'd get 1 spell damage per 1 strength, basically. I don't know if the proc rate... I feel like it's been 50-50 on some of the items. It may give you 2 rolls at 46%. I don't know if it gives you like the almost 100%. Some of them are kind of weird, where they try to safeguard certain things from overlapping too much. So, sadly, I bricked one of my swords, so I never got to try out using 2 of them. But regardless, I'm just going to see how much strength I can get, because the strength will give me melee damage too, for Warpath. So what you would do, you'd go into Warpath, and you'd make it so it casts Smite each second. Warpath gets damage per or per strength, so it gets 4% damage per strength. And then you get a bunch of increased spell damage while channeling, which is really nice. And then if you take these 5 nodes here, you now generate mana while you're channeling. That's one of the big things. So I originally was planning on taking this, but with testing, this is enough to like completely sustain without any mana loss. So that should be good there. And then if I get any levels, because I have a sword, I can get base crit here, and that applies to everything. So I need to get just a couple like levels here, and then that will be really big. That'll help out the crit chance a lot. Okay, so we're not directly casting, so we're gonna skip those nodes. Those, the biggest hit damage multipliers are right there. Okay. Build it out like that. I'm gonna stick with it being fire damage. And then the cool part about playing with melee is on Holy Aura, I can get access to Flame Burst, which is another fire spell when you hit with your melee attacks. Then that will give increased area and less hits required to proc it, and then you can get a whole bunch of damage there. So this is actually really sick to do. And then I want the attack speed from this. We're gonna take the Fire Pen where we can get it, and then the rest will go into Eli-Res. Obviously, we're gonna go for this node or this ability because every single Sentinel under the sun runs this, and they still didn't fix it. Make sure we get the move speed too. That'll be nice for Warpath. Yeah, I'll get this with 30% more damage. This 2 mana generation while channeling are very good quality of life. Yeah, they're insane. They're insane, honestly. And then we'd probably just grab sigils. I tried doing a couple other things. I tried using like Abyssal Echoes and stuff like that, but it just kind of took away the quality of life, I felt like. So I feel like Sigils of Hope are just going to be the best thing. For the extra duration. One thing I did try that made me really, really sad that it wasn't better, because I didn't buff it at all, was I tried Divine Flare. So Divine Flare, if you guys don't know, it makes it so you can only have 1 sigil, but when a new sigil is cast, it consumes the current sigil. It does this big like fire explosion, and you can make it chain a whole bunch of times, give it a whole bunch of modifiers to damage. And then they added a new ring. Where's it at? The Orion Sun Seal, which basically auto-cast sigils for you every 10 seconds. And you could actually dual-wield them. So it was like every 5 seconds you were getting an auto-chain explosion, and then you would build the sigils with a chance to cast as well on kill. And so it was making these chain explosions. It was really good for leveling, but sadly the damage just does not scale well at endgame, man. Yeah, I was very sad at how poor the damage was at the endgame level. But it was insane for leveling. What do you think will be the most popular class / mastery in 1.1? Probably Sork. Probably Sork, Smexer. Either Sork or Shaman, honestly. I think a lot of people are going to be playing with Avalanche. I very much love this part of the stream where the brainstorming takes place. It's like seeing myself in the mirror. Yeah. Yeah, so sadly, I don't think the Divine Flares are going to be the play. So we could go for the added fire damage, or I could go for the extra sigil. The other thing too, we could do the similar setup that we did on the original Holy Fire Paladin with the instant cast while you're channeling with Warpath. And then do some mana stacking synergies. Sadly, we can't really use Healing Hands in this setup, but I think that would probably be the play. I was staying low mana when I was leveling using Divine Flare, but I don't think that you want to do that later on. I think we go like that. And then I don't think we have enough. We do have enough points. We can do both. Okay, and then put the extra point there. Hey, Philpota, thanks for the follow, man. How's it going? I'll be playing Frostclaw Runemaster and just sell the Sork stuff for tons of gold. Hey, there you go, Smaxer. There you go. What's up, Risky? Howdy, howdy. Let's actually grab that when we're playing solo. Get the double health regen. Yeah, so I think you'd probably do your skills like that. We definitely want to run the rings. So I want to try this as a mana setup. So we'd actually want to use Phantom Grip for the base crit and the mana. And then use a Devotion. That's going to give us all the mana synergies for Smite. That's going to give us the +1 spell damage with Smite for 5 missing mana. Hey Larry, how's it going, man? Pentagrip looks very, very good. Honestly, dude, I can't say specific numbers, but it used to be better. It used to be better. So imagine how good it is now, and then just imagine the best part of it being better. Yeah. I was worried they were gonna get it too much, but... Yeah, so none of the unique helmets really excite me all that much. So we'd probably just go for this one for the, easy crit damage, off the implicit there. What is this build? Oh, this is just a paladin one I'm 3 crafting. Yeah, it's so low. Yeah, you're gonna get tons of them, Manuel. Tons of them. Hey, Salt Enjoyer. How's it going, man? Thanks for the follow. Also, so much for going through my build planner. You were here. I'm not gonna go through your build planner when you're not here. He was looking at a Doom build for Sork. Doom's kind of like one of those wildcard ones because we just like don't know a lot of the interactions. I wasn't able to test any of it because it was kind of hard to get. This one could... Wings of Argentus could be really good for the 20% less damage taken while moving, since we're always going to be moving. So this is one armor that could be really, really good. This one's not bad, it's just like a only defensive armor. What would we be giving up if we went for Wings of Argentus? Because it's going to be hard to get Wings of Argentus with LP. We get a fuck ton of armor. I just want to see what the prefixes will be. We could be getting armor shred effect. Fire damage is whatever, unless you're actually playing Ignite. Oh yeah, the level of Warpath's on there. I really would like to get the increased level of Warpath. And mana. I think Wings of Argentus is going to be too hard to do. Yeah, so I think what I would probably end up doing is wanting to go Warpath, get Strength on here, and then on a Seal to Fix, because it's percentile based, it would still be good, is to get like try to go for like tier 2 increased mana. I think that would be the setup for that. I'm gonna try to see how much mana I can get. And then on the helmet, we'll get Exalted Strength. I wonder what would be better. But we'll do percentile mana for now, but it might be better to just try to get sealed percentile mana and go flat mana. It's hard to tell with having a low amount. But we'll add the other pieces in and then we'll look at the numbers after. Sadly, this only counts self-cast. They nerfed this also, and it would only count the Warpath the very first time it hits, the very first time you start channeling it. So, emulators would not be an option. Yes, I don't think there's really any good unique builds. We'd probably just use an armor belt. This would be a good spot to get a little bit of mana regen. Then we'd want to seal on a T1 cleanse. Since I don't want to waste the point investment in my holy aura. I'm teasing. Is this a Pally build just intended as a League starter with those unique swords, or do you think it has potential for endgame corrupt and pushing? I'm really torn on it, Salt Enjoyer. So I tested this build a little bit, at least a similar version. I had very bad gear though. I'm worried about how squishy it's gonna be, but I think every build's gonna be squishy. So I don't know how high the corruption would be, but I had terrible gear doing testing with it. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure. This is one of the builds I really was considering. I was just worried about the tankiness. Like the swords and the ring are both really low level, so these are going to be super easy to get. Super easy to get. You'll definitely have at least one of these, a sword and a ring before you get to campaign, as long as you're killing nemesis monsters. Devotion will be a little bit harder to get early on. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to go with that. Hand of Judgment's always a good option, just because it gives you that 24 fire pen and a bunch of attunement. But I think if we're going mana stacking, we'd probably just want to use a Exalted Pair of Gloves. Plus it'll give us more armor and survivability. Get a bunch of our flat mana here, and then we're going to want attack speed. We do want the strength too. We get the attack speed on the weapons, honestly. Here, honestly, you're probably gonna want to go Blood of Exile. I wish these had attunement on it, but just because you can get it with double strength, so you can get so much strength from these pair of boots. You do something like that. And then here, we're just going to go Code of Erase. Code of Erase is just too good. You could also go Soulfire, though. Soulfire is not bad. Just that +1 level of Sentinel skills is going to give us extra points over here for base crit. So that gives us 8% base crit with the extra levels there. Sadly, it's not with each sword, it's just with swords. But that's going to help out a lot. Hi man, new sub here. I played some PoE. My favorite builds are low HP, high DPS builds. Have to be fast too. Any recommendations? Yeah, Sunji, I would recommend the other build I was considering is playing a Cindersong build. I'll update it here in a second. Here's how I would level it though. So it would be on a Falconer, and you'd be playing as Bleed. I would level it this way. So this is probably, if I was like really hardcore trying to race to be the first person to kill the new boss, this would probably be the most consistent way to do that. I'm going to be playing Sorcerer, just to answer Black Cell's question. Exclamation point starter, and it'll give you the planner for that. Or it'll give you the YouTube video for that I made. Just because I really like Mage. But if I was really going tryhard, I would start out leveling with this build. And then as soon as you drop a Dragon Song bow, I would transition over to playing Explosive Trap Dragon Song. I'll update that planner here in a second. Because I have a full planner for that build. But that build hardly got changed at all. It didn't get hardly any nerfs. And I played it last cycle, and it was amazing. Insane single target DPS. So that's probably, like, if you really want to go for, like, #1 stuff, that's probably what I'd be playing. Done, just same old shit, yeah. Doom only comes from unique. I know I have a ring chance with Doom. So Doom is the actual weapon. So it doesn't actually do anything with the ailment called Doom. So it's Celestial Doom is what we're talking about, and it has a new ability called Doom Pulse, which is a spell that's going to be triggered. Honestly, I don't know how long you're streaming, but it's the last day for Dota. I'll get you at least a couple Dota games in today. Love, hey man, first time catching you stream. Just wanted to say thanks for amazing builds last cycle. Most definitely going to follow your build this league as well. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And Dixis Maximus, thanks for the follow and the fantastic name, dude. Fantastic name. 8% base is still a lot. That build is a banger. Best build from last cycle. Yeah. Yeah, so that's probably what I would do if I was really trying to win. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. I'll update the Sitter Song planner here in a second though. That build is insane, dude. You actually are really tanky too. So you endurance cap on that build. You glancing blow cap and you dodge cap very, very easily. You're a little bit squishy when you're not attacking though, because you have to be attacking to maintain some of those buffs. But I'll update it here next. Mana Lightning still good? Oh yeah. Mana Lightning is going to be good because of this patch, but that's what I'm playing. I'm gonna be playing the Mana Lightning Sork. Hey Solom, thanks for the follow, man. How's it going? Hello there. Hey, what's up, dude? All right. Back to business. Okay, so this is what we got going. What's my mana at right now? 350, 347, which is decent. All right, let me get the blessings really quick, and then we'll look at idols. I don't really get much leech, so I think I'm gonna probably have to grab leech on the blessing here. Much as I'd like to be greedy and get crit multi, I think that's the play. We get the mana blessing, obviously. I don't need to worry about critical strike avoidance, so I'm gonna go all res here. Yeah, most of our res is already taken care of, which is great. Okay, I think I just go armor. And then here, instead of going... It's hard, because I want endurance. And it's going to be harder to get it because I'm using 2 unique rings. But because I'm playing Warpath, I can also get armor while channeling, which is insane, dude. You go from 320 armor for your typical blessing to 650. That's so good. I'm basically always going to be channeling, so I'm going to tick that. Yeah, look at my armor mitigation with that. 78%. I guess it's only 4. Let me see what my gear looks like at the end. We'll put endurance on it for now. Yeah, because that puts me at endurance cap already. So I don't need to try to get slams on the Phantom Grips. Because with the Phantom Grips, I'm really going to want to try to focus on getting strength. I think that's going to be the play. Please share that planner as well, Poggies. This one? Oh yeah, so whenever I finish doing a theory craft, guys, I always post them in chat. Just so we can get as many planners out there for you guys. So if there's anything that you guys are really excited to see, let me know. And if it's something that excites me as well, I'll try to do a theory craft for you guys live on stream. Yo, very excited for tomorrow. Also playing Archmage Static Orb. Hey, let's go, Solon. I'm excited for it, man. We're gonna kick some ass. I'm a little sad that it became more popular than I thought it would be. Because I like playing the hipster shit. But yeah, Dread approached me for a video. And then he's like, hey, I'm making a video about what all my friends are playing, so let me know what you're playing and send me a planner and stuff. And then he's like, dude, I just woke up to like 5 people telling me they're playing they're playing Static Orb Archmage. I'm like, oh man. Lame. Every time I see a Mana Stacker build in my mind, immediately goes to PoE content creator Connor Converse. Yeah. I think Glacier for sure is the best way to level until I get the staff. One of the other ways you can level Risky if you want to is you can level with the reason why I said Glacier is because you're already mana stacking, but you could also level with Volcanic Orb Ignite if you want to be a little bit different. You can look up Dread's video. He did a build guide on doing a leveling starter with that. Those are probably the 2 best ways to level a Sork. Hey, what's up, aggro? How you doing, man? How you doing? Okay, let's look at idols real quick. Let me see what we got here. So 3x1s. We have increased warpath area, which is okay, but nothing super crazy. You can get the extra armor, we can get the shred on hit. The generic shred on hit is very good since we're going to be using warpath hits and having smites coming down constantly proccing. So 3x1s are okay. Exo, the terrible. Thanks for the follow, man. How's it going? Is Disintegrate any good? Alright, here's the thing with Disintegrate. Disintegrate got some massive reworks, some really cool stuff. I'm gonna shatter some hopes and dreams here. Disintegrate and abilities like Disintegrate in other action RPGs will almost always be bad because of one mechanical issue. You have to fucking sit still to do damage. Action RPGs are all about like stutter stepping and moving around stuff so you can avoid like half the damage you would normally take just by stutter stepping. And especially with how Last Epoch does Disintegrate, you want to be channeling for a long period of time to upgrade the tiers of the beam to do extra damage and proc more things. So it's just inherently a bad skill. That's my opinion on it. I just want the transfer into the build to be smoothly. Yeah, then you want to play Glacier, Risky. Ignoring the fact that you have to stay still. Yeah. Ignoring the fact I have to stay still for it, it would probably be okay. I think the mana stacking on it's going to be kind of bad because you have to get that 60% less damage multiplier on it. I think going fire int stacking may be the play, and I think it would be okay. On your leveling build posted on the YouTube build, how do you solve mana issues early leveling wise? Yeah, I can show you. Maybe like this. Hey guys. Ew, gross, my voice. Get out of here. Alright. I just need the leveling planner. I don't have it on a favorite tab. Okay, so how I solve mana issue early on. So very early, as soon as I get access to Glacier, your first 4 nodes you're going to want to go to is Breaking Point for mana efficiency. How I play is I just let all of the mobs follow me, and then right as I get to the door for the next area, I just turn around and cast like 2 Glaciers, and it one-shots everything. So that's how I play very early on. Once I ascend to a Sorcerer and I get access to Meteor, the reason why my second spec skill is Teleport is because there's some cool tech here you can do, where you have Mana Tunnel. So after casting Teleport, your next direct spell cast is free. And what you do with that is with Meteor, so you can see I rush for these nodes right here, Aftermath. So a portion of your mana cost is recovered. And this still triggers the mana cost even if you use it after Teleport. So you use Teleport, so your next skill is free. Then you cast Meteor. The Meteor cost is going to be free, but it's still going to do the math and see how much mana Meteor would have cost, and it's going to give you 48% of that over 3 seconds. So it basically just gives you a shit ton of mana regen for free, and that's going to completely solve your mana regen for Glacier early on. Plus, Meteor kind of hits hard. So if you notice, what I'm doing is I'm grabbing all the stuff that makes Meteor cost a fuck ton of mana. So there's an extra 70 mana there. There's an extra 15% mana cost there. There's another 60% mana cost there. So at the end of it, my Meteor costs 215 mana. And I'm getting half of that as mana over 3 seconds. So that's how I'm solving mana issue, where I don't even have to worry about getting mana regen. And then eventually, Glacier will take care of its own mana regen with the 2 points here. But that'll be later game, so that's how I do it early. So hopefully that makes sense. Hey X, how are you doing, man? It'll still be clunkier than better spells. Yeah, I'm about that sitting still life. It also can't crit, and there are far better pure dot things. Yeah. I was thinking about if it may be good for leveling since it got reworked. So the downside of it with leveling, guys, is they got rid of the node, because Disintegrating used to be a really good leveling thing. They got rid of the node that gave you mana on kill, so it's really, really mana hungry early on. Yeah, because this makes it cost more, this makes it cost more. This is the only one that gives you global reduced mana cost, I'm pretty sure. Everything else is a more multiplier. So it's going to be really, really mana hungry early on. That's the main downside. I do have a really stupid build that uses Disintegrate, but it's not really a build. Yeah. Shit, thanks for explaining leveling. I was thinking going Mana Strike, but yeah, that looks way better. Yeah, you basically are just like teleporting, Meteor, and Glaciering everywhere, and it just like one-shots everything because they're all like super mana-hungry spells, but they hit way too hard early game, so it kind of helps you sustain during that awkward stage. But, alright. 3x1s were kind of bad. I'm just checking idols on this build. Sorry, I go off on tangents sometimes. I think they're... Yeah, the 4x1s are really bad. You basically armor Vitality. If I remember correctly, I think there's an idol that gives you some mana shenanigans. 4x1s are bad. Let's look at 1x4s. I'm probably just going to want to go all the smite stuff, but I want to see if there's any mana synergy. 1x4s are pretty bad. Cast Tread on Fire skill is okay. The 1x3s are probably going to be the play, because you get the smite multipliers here, and you get the Fire Shred. I'm guessing this is probably what I'm going to be using for idols. I think that's probably the best play. I don't really care about the healing effectiveness anymore. Man, I thought they had at least one thing that was mana related. Okay, so this is probably how we would do this. So we'd get the smite stuff, get the chance to shred on with fire skills, because Warpath's going to be converted to a fire skill. So both Warpath and smite would be working out pretty good. And then right here, we would add a Throne of Ambition, because it's a fire skill and it's going to give us a bunch of more multiplier for fire damage and the armor. And then probably right here, we just go to 1x2s with health. I'll get that health up. I think that's probably the play. Okay, then we don't have to have Smite on our bar, which gives us access to Vengeance. Probably going like that. Let's get the suffixes all planned out, and let's finish getting everything else in order. So we're already good on endurance. We're pretty close to armor cap. We need another 11%. I guess we can check the mana. So we're at 461 right now, doing the percentile mana here. Okay, so it's actually much higher going flat, which is probably good, because on the sealed affix, you're probably only going to get like a tier 2 or a tier 3, and so it's actually going to be easier to get more mana if you can seal off a percentile mana. And so that puts us over 500. I think that's probably the play. Okay. On the rings, I'm mainly just going to be focusing for strength. These should be really easy to get with LP on them, though. If I build a non-cycle loot filter, can I use it on new cycle right away? Probably risky. Probably. They did kind of fuck up my loot filters last cycle. Where they kept trying to like revert themselves and do weird funky stuff. There is some new stuff coming to loot filters next cycle where you can filter by like legendary potential and stuff like that. So I haven't got to play around with that too much, but yeah, probably. Hey there, Loaf. How are you doing today? I put together a build and I was wondering if you'd be willing to take a look at it. I'm new to build crafting. Absolutely, Cyclone Panda. I'm doing good, man. Yeah, go ahead and post a link to it and we can take a look at it here in a minute. Yeah, I'm happy to look over your guys' stuff. Yeah, these are going to be really easy to get legendary potential on, so I'll probably plan on getting this one at least at like 2. I think the biggest thing to prioritize here is going to be the melee attack speed, since I didn't get it on some other gear that normally would get it. I can get mana on here too. That's not bad. So what, that would be 60 mana? That'd be an extra 12 flat damage? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hey, Cyclopath, thanks for the follow on Twitch as well, man. Yeah, so that might honestly be the play. Go for that. And that's a big jump from tier 5 to tier 6, though. But I think the attack speed is going to be more important. That's going to be proccing Flame Burst way more often, too. And shredding way more. I like it gives you mana on this, huh? So tier 6 is 34 versus 90. I think we have to go for that, though. Honestly, I'm going to put that at tier 7 because this is a Weaver's Will unique, so we're likely going to get 1 T7, 1 T6 at least. So we probably could go for something like this. My Ellie res is already pretty good. Get the extra crit chance. Probably the play. It's either crit chance or global fire damage. Oh, actually, what am I talking about? We probably want to do this. Yeah, we want the strength there. That puts us over 100 strength, which is good. That's 104 extra flat damage. Oh, it didn't make an actual link. Weird. Cyclone, can you do this for me? I think it blocks the links automatically. Can you whisper it to me on Twitch? Yeah, you can private message me on Twitch, and then I can look at it from there. Sup, exciting, an OP build for tomorrow. Yeah, Deathlabs. Yeah, I'm excited, dude. We got spoiled last cycle. We had a full guide and filters and everything, hoping he got a filter for us to use. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make a filter today. Yeah, I'll have a full filter ready to go today. Yep. Yeah, last cycle it was easier to do because I was doing a build that could exist on the previous cycle, whereas there's so much new stuff this cycle, it's harder to get like footage of stuff. But just keep in mind, I am a community tester, so I've probably played most of the stuff I'm looking at here. Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. Just to keep in mind. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing, Ben? Alright, let's see what we get our health to here. Exaltamon's gonna want to be the hybrid health for sure. Yes, cheat mode. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Okay, then we're gonna want armor shred here. That's an extra 100 shred. And then for the seal to fix, what we're gonna want to do as well is grab the experimental. That'll give us a lot of the dot mitigation applied to armor. So we have 3 or 4 different stats with armor applies to dot mitigation. So that will help us keep alive quite a bit. Yeah, we're still pretty low on health. I wonder if the play is to lose some of the strength, drop Blood of Exile. Go for this. That's gonna give us more of the crit mitigation. This might be the play. Just so we're not losing so much health. It'd help if I could spell. And then put percentile armor on here. I think that looks better. We'll lose a little bit of damage, but I'm mostly concerned about surviving. It's gonna be pretty hard to get this with LP, so I'm just gonna put an LP1. Okay, so that puts us at almost 1,000 mana, honestly. That is pretty good. With like good rolls, we're over 1,000. I'm too lazy to do simple maths. That's 200 flat damage basically that we'd get from devotion. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. And then we're getting almost another 100 from our strength, so we're getting like a 300 extra flat for smite. I think that's solid, man. Insider info for the win, yeah. So you are starting away from all shaman builds, right? Yeah, I don't really want to mess with shaman. There's gonna be so many people doing it already. I'd rather do mage. Finding the right idol is one of the hideous tasks when starting a new cycle, for sure. At least if you're on MG, they made it so you get access to buying idols earlier. Figures online is down. I know it's prep for tomorrow. Yeah, I'll have to go on offline to make a filter. You should drop all your 3-craft builds into a Google Doc and make it readable with a command. Would be cool to have them all in one place when people get the alt sickness. That's true, man. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. What's up, Breadman? Hey, what's up, Skilled Human? Cyclone, if you type in a Twitch chat, I can make it easier and I can message you if you're having a hard time figuring out how to do that. But here you guys go for this build. Yeah, this build's done. So if you guys want to play like a cast on crit type playstyle, this should work fairly decently. The only downside is it's going to be a little bit on the squishier side, but you're moving really fast with Warpath, so I don't think it'll be that bad. Oh, actually, scratch that. Hold on. I need to make one change. It's not calculating the 8% base crit, by the way. So I want to get the extra movement speed here. I think you'd be better. You'd have to get like 4% base, and then go like that. I think that's the play. Okay, here, I'll message you. Alright, there you go, Cyclone. You can have a character in Merchant skill, then another in Circle of Fortune. Yeah, you can do both. Yeah, and you can actually switch your characters too. Okay. I did already have a planner set up for this when I was playing in CT. It wasn't updated, so we'll update that. Alright, let me grab next up I need to do my Falconer build real quick. I need to update that. So give me 1 second, and then we can do Cyclone's build after that. Hold on, there's last Epoch news. Okay, just some language stuff. Cool. Awesome. It's good to have more people be able to play. Alright. Last Epoch builds. Uh-oh. Did I not post it anywhere? I think I forgot to post my my Falconer build in Discord. I did the Frostbite one. And I think I deleted... Oh, no, I did save it. Oh, thank God. It was like the one thing I saved in my folder. Alright, let's go. Alright, I'm gonna throw this over here on this other monitor. This is the Cindersong Falconer build. So this is probably going to be the most successful build if I was like really trying to just push. This is probably what I'd be playing. Yeah, no, I found it. Luckily it was the only one because I knew I was going to want to update this one. So I left it in my folder. Yeah. Alright. Cool. Let's set this up. So we're obviously going to need a Cindersong. Dragon Song. Obviously, Dragon Song's going to be really easy to get, boys. Really, really easy to get. Villager's Gold. I just want to make sure. I don't think they changed any of the other bases. I think you still want the crit multi. Okay, so we're gonna want the crit multi. We're gonna go Bone Amulet. I guess let me do my due diligence and let's check through the uniques just in case there's anything I didn't think about that would be better for this. Yeah, no unique amulets. None of the unique helmets would really make sense. So what I would typically be getting for this is Dex and Armor Shred effect. No Portent would be nice for defense. But I think we still use a basic chest armor. Go for the critical strike avoidance and the base crit too. That's gonna be hard to make up. This would only be good for the base crit. I don't think that's the play. I think I'd be okay. It's hard to get enough stats on the Falconer to really get the red ring of Atlaria going. So I think I just use Opal rings. Quiver. They did add... I never got to test this. So I don't know if you guys saw this. They added the phase point quiver. This is very, very interesting. So you have a chance to gain Dust Shroud on dodge, which we don't need. We're going to have infinite amounts of Dust Shroud on this build. And then chance to gain a black arrow on dodge. I'm curious about if the black arrow is being auto picked up or if it's just it has a chance to spawn a black arrow. Yeah, I might need to test that. Sorry, somebody's calling me. I still don't think it's probably going to outdo it for this build, but that could be interesting for another build. Yeah, this build, you're definitely going to want to use a Spider Silk, because it gives you 10% more damage, which is just insane. We do struggle with res, so I was using the Void Res gloves. Let me check gloves, though, from what they added. You get the more multiplier here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use the Void Res gloves. Okay. And then belt, they didn't really add too much on the belt. They added this belt right here. But I don't really want ward because I'm using endurance. That's kind of the only new thing that really did anything. Yeah, so I'm gonna want a Spider Silk for the res. Okay. We're going crit multi. Probably lightning res. Yeah. Lightning res. We're gonna want the all res here. You're super, super res starved on this build. And then the endurance. Yeah. I've never done Falconer. All I know is Dread doesn't like it. Yeah, I love Falconer, honestly. Need a clarification, guys. In Legacy, only the Pinnacle boss is available after a week, right? The Harbinger bosses will still be available. Yeah, from what they were saying, all of the bosses are going to be available except the new Pinnacle boss. And the week is the longest time frame. It will be available after the first person has killed it on cycle. So if that takes longer than a week, it won't. Then they will give it to you at a week. Otherwise, they're just gonna wait until somebody on cycle has killed it. Yo, what up, Lope? I haven't been around in a while. Super excited to see the new cycle, though. Hey, what's up, Gallus? Nice to have you back, man. I'm super excited for the new cycle too. I hope it puts the buff on you. If it does, that could be really, really interesting for some builds. Yeah, really, really, really interesting. get all our passives and everything filled out here. I don't think any of this is going to change. You're going to want the dex. You're going to want the damage reduced while moving. Aced on hit. And then I think I just put the point in here. Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm going to be... most of the time when I'm building a character, I'm going to like talking through it. But this is just updating an old build guide to make sure it's available for people. Because a lot of people are going to ask for recommendations, and I think this is going to be one of the strongest builds going into the new cycle. So I want to make sure this one's updated. So if you have any questions about the build, let me know, though. Alright, we get the extra dex here. We get a little bit of crit vol in here. It's really nice. Pretty much none of this stuff has changed. Hey, Cyclone Panda, thanks for subbing with your Prime, man. I appreciate you investing in the stream. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna be dodge caps. We're gonna be getting a lot of mana back from that. We want the throwing attack speed from here. Doing all the dex and armor and all that good stuff. The 3-point bonus here, so we get health on hit from our Falcon. Make Falcon's abilities instant. We need at least 1 point there. This will give us the crit multi, which is really big. We want the less damage taken while moving. The 4-point bonus here for the armor stacking. Health on crit and the critical strike avoidance is really big. And then the 3-point bonus there. Where am I missing points at? Oh, 5 points here. The double glancing blow. And then we'll put the last point right there. Okay. Alright, I think that's good. Let's go ahead and fill out our skills. I don't think I got that link yet, Cyclone. So yeah, just make sure you whisper. I sent you a whisper. So just go to your whispers in the top right of your Twitch page, and then send me a link to your build planner. We'll look at that after we knock this out real quick. Alright. So we'll start with exploding trap. Oh, I guess I'm going around the backside, so I only need to put 1 point here. Yeah, that's pretty big. With the mana efficiency, reduce mana cost. I think I was able to put the 2 points in here at the end game. Dust Shrouds. We're gonna go down here to get the extra traps being thrown. Yeah, because I put the 1 point here temporarily, so this was a slightly outdated planner. And I eventually go for the 2 points there. For the extra traps. You just require a lot of gear. Whoa! Risky! What are you doing, my guy? Thank you for the 50 gifted. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Guys, if you got a sub from Risky, make sure you tell him thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude. We are climbing that sub counter fast, and it starts out the hype train. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. For those of you guys that don't know Risky's been around for many, many years, showing the support, so he's why I get to eat during the slow times, so I appreciate it, man. Thank you. As members of the Merchants Guild, always been able to trade directly with other members? Yes. Yes. Thank you, dude. I'm gonna have to be more attentive, guys. Temporarily, I'm gonna turn off the alert box just so we're not hearing the gifted sound for the next 5 minutes. But thank you, man. It means a lot, dude. Cheers, cheers. Cyclone, I did get your message now, so we're good. And then I was thinking of starting the cycle with your Acolyte Skelly Pop Necromancer build. Hey, that's gonna be an awesome one, dude. I actually did update that. I need to update it to the YouTube video. Let me get that for you, though. I updated that the other day. Didn't see any nerf in the patch notes. You think it'll be good? Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Yeah, there's actually only buffs on it, Remy. So they increase the survivability of your skeleton mage. So yeah, everything else should be really good. So there's an updated build planner for you. So if we all join the Merchants Guild, we can just give the stuff we don't use to others. Exactly, Ben. Okay, so that's how we're gonna set up that. Where did my other build planner go? Alright, for the Falconer, putting 2 points here, 3 there. 2, all 3 points. We want the mana, we want the execute. And then the damage scaling. Yeah. Go for the Acid Flask. And we're going all Armor Shred. Oh, and then the extra area effect. Okay. I don't think that got the plus. There we go. Yeah, it sometimes doesn't get the plus levels when you convert the skill until after you close out and open it back up. Alright. And then we'll grab Dive Bomb for our mana, so we're gonna go... We need at least 3 points in here to make the mana cost 0. Get the extra mana for hitting the boss. Cooldown reduction. Get the crit multi, move speed, explosive trap. Need all 4 points there. Okay. The question is, do I stick with net for the movement speed and the extra damage, or do I go Smoke Bomb for my movement skill? So here's kind of the two options we have. So when I played it last time, I used net as a movement skill, which you can get up here, and then increase the distance you jump per dex. And I was dex stacking, so I can move really fast. The cool part is it AoE freezes and stuns everything on the screen. It's going to give your Falcon a more damage multiplier. And then it's going to give you the Leading the Hunt, which will give you a 10% more damage multiplier. And then also gives you 20% increased throwing attack speed. So that's the pros from that. If we go Smoke Bomb as the movement skill, you get access to Silver Shroud stacks, which will be guaranteed dodges for you, which will be pretty nice. And then it gives you some base crit, but you don't really need the crit if you're like pretty geared. So I'm going to stick with net for now, because that's how I played it, and I think having Giga DPS early on is going to be the move. That makes us jump forward. Where's the 2 points I'm missing? Oh, it's grabbing the 4 points in here for the cooldown recovery. Okay. Yeah, and then we won't grab the Smoke Bomb node there. Instead, we'll grab the extra cooldown recovery nodes for that. Can I buy Shattered Crowns that others craft? I believe so, Risky. I believe so. So everybody MG, we get to play as a guild of sorts. I'm playing MG next cycle. I can just picture this channel being the bazaar for us. I don't think it's a good idea. No, that would be super awesome, man. I'll probably give away a bunch of gear. I need to make gold in order to get like certain stuff early on, but I'm definitely down just to help give away stuff, so. Yeah, and we do have the Discord. Otherwise, it's going to take me forever to get a 2LP one. Yeah, that's going to be a really sought-after item, Risky. A really sought-after item. Awesome, thank you very much. Of course, Remy. Of course, man. Yeah, a lot of people are playing Mana Stacker Sork, so there's going to be a lot of people using that. Okay, so we got Dex Armor Shred. Then we're going Exalted Health because we're going to be squishier on this build, regular health, armor. On Percentile Armor because it does the most at low tiers. This guy, Dex, Armor, Health, Explosive Trap. Yeah. Guess I can just go Shred, that's probably easier. Shred effect. Dex crit, double res, armor shred. Necrotic Fizz. I don't want to have to map this all out again, so... And then you can seal on here some more Shred. Crit multi. Get some more armor shred, and then health, and then we'll put on the frailty. We don't need the frailty to be super high, so having a 2 since we're hitting so fast should be plenty. Ooh, I'm used to strength. Dex. Oh, what am I thinking? I need that to be default Dex. Because you need Exalted Throwing on these. That is going to be very big. And then we need 1 ring with critical strike avoidance. Yeah. Throwing, Exalted. You do really want one of these to be T7, at least. That's going to help out your mana by quite a bit. Then Cold Fizz. Alright guys, I'll check chat here just a bit, and then you can seal on a throwing attack speed there if you're able to. Remember guys, don't play Blade Dancer, I will take care of your rogue items. Yeah. The last thing I would do is let a rogue take care of my rogue items. Let's let a thief have our nuclear launch codes too, yep. Wait, so MG can just freely trade, but COF I have to have one of those drop items trade? Yes. Yeah, that's the balance of it. You have to deal with that Bazaar though, true. Can you use the new two-handed mace that increases damage but slows attack speed with the node in Upheaval that removes attack speed scaling for the best of both worlds? I believe so, Dan. Yeah, I think you could double dip there. Are you gonna raise? You think Falconer is gonna be better because of that, or are you just gonna or you just don't want to play the Sork you made the guide for? Oh, I'm just making a lot of build guides optimized. I'm playing Sork. Sork is what I'm playing. If I was really trying to win anything, I would be playing this build. I'm playing Sork though. Yeah, I'm just making sure everybody has as many builds that they can play as possible. They did nerf this slightly, but it's still pretty good, I think. And then double health cleanse. I need a tier 1 for the cleanse. Yeah, this is going to be the mana Sork build is going to be the one I play. But a lot of people are going to come in and ask me for recommendations, and so I want to make sure I have as many of my builds updated as possible. Okay, now I just need to add the extra slams, so you're going to be going for a movement speed and health on here. This guy should be Dex. Yeah, Dex crit multi-health. This one's really easy to get a 3 LP on, so that's why I'm putting 3 stats on there. Then on the bow, you're going for the crit chance and crit multi, yeah. You can get the base crit, and then you can get crit multi. And then I just need to add idols, and then we're pretty good. So a bunch of health and Ellie idols. Help make up for all the cold res and fizz res that we lose. And then since this is a fire build, we're going to add a Throne of Ambition in there. And then these ones we're going to need to go health cold res. This cold res is very hard to get since we're getting subtracted cold res all over the place. Much as I'd like these to be double health. Okay, yeah, so as long as you have good rolls, that'll put you over on everything. Okay, cool. That is up to date. Let me just move some stuff around here real quick. We don't need Acid Flask on our bar, so we can use Decoy and then use Falcon. Alrighty, boys. This has been updated. Let me go ahead and turn alerts back on. I think they should be done. Blizzard is starting Swarmblade Serpent Strike with the new spear. 2F is Self-Found Guild. Dude, I wish we had actual guilds. Alright, if anybody wants this, here you guys go. This is the updated Cinder Song build. Or Dragon Song. I don't know why I always call it Cinder Song. Hey, Cat, thanks for the follow, man. How's it going? What do you think about Forge Guard? Dread and Parry were pretty pissed that EHG removed the Anvil stance. I think Forge Guard's going to be okay. I think there's going to be some good options, though. This is where all the chefs are. Hey, what's up, Cat? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let me edit this so it's up to date. Yeah, cool. I think this will probably be one of the strongest builds to race with. We are cooking, indeed, indeed. Meteors everywhere. I did test meteors out, man. I don't think it's going to be super high tier, honestly. Understandable what would be the main reason for Falconer being better for the race. It's because of the lower gear requirement. So for starters, Rogue is really, really fast while leveling. You get shift at like level 4. And so it's just super, super quick. You can play Bleed Puncture with Nets, which requires almost no gear to get going. It does a ton of damage, so you're going super fast, doing tons of damage. You have such high mobility that you don't really get hit a lot. Once you get access to Nets for the Bleed version of the build, and nothing moves, so nothing can ever hit you, so you need 0 res on your gear pretty much. And then once you can transition into this build, once you get the Dragon Song, it's one of the highest DPS builds that's going to be in the game. It just does so much damage for so little gear investment, and so it's going to be really good for trying to burst down a new boss without having to do much of the mechanics. So that's why I think this build will be one of the best ones to kill the boss. Bro, I'm starting a cook build too. Yeah, what are you working on? Might not be cooking. I'm nervous that my build sucks. First time really making a build. Oh, that's okay. We're gonna go through it in just a second here. Let me grab it. Okay, so this is Cyclone's build. So you're wanting to play Static Orb? Static Orb. Okay, so you're playing Static Orb Disintegrate with Fireball for Spark Charges. Okay. You got the less damage taken, you got the double beams. What are you going for a Volcanic Orb on? So my biggest concern right off the bat is how you're going to sustain mana. Yeah, you're going the extra tier 3, you're getting the Spark Charge chance there, you're converting to a Lightning, so that way you get the 100% chance to do Spark Charges instead of the 50% chance. The reduced mana cost multiplier. Yeah, what was the intention with Vol? Oh no, that's a Static Orb too. Sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. It does a Static Orb every 3 seconds. Yeah, I got you. Okay, and it doesn't matter as much with the disintegrate damage, when you're getting the, okay, so you have the no channel cost here. Got it, okay. Sorry, I'm kind of piecing everything together, and I'm talking before I'm looking at stuff. Yes, you have the no channel cost there. You get less damage multiplier, but it doesn't really matter because most of your damage is going to be coming from spark charges anyways, which you're going to be applying from both the fireball and the static orbs. Okay. I don't know if the fireball is really going to be worth it, if we're being honest. You can disintegrate to cast fireball stack orbs, yeah. What's the news spear? It's the, this one right here. Like Dragon's Tongue. I'm curious if the channeling cost removal node counters the channeling cost increase nodes. I believe it does. I believe it does. Yeah, to be honest, I just really want to make it work with lightning conversion gloves for fireball. So I think what your better option would be, if you're trying to make the build as good as possible, would be to drop the fireballs and go over here and grab the lightning blast chance. The reason why is you don't really gain anything from the fireball tree here. So most of your damage is going to come from spark charge. You're not really going to be doing a whole lot of damage outside of that, right? Spark charges are going to be 99% of your damage. And so if you drop fireball, so fireball doesn't inherently get any multipliers on spark charge outside of the gloves, where it just gives you a chance to apply spark charge on hit. So you get like the 28% plus the 10% from the offhand, yada yada. That's the end of it. It just applies spark charge. There's no synergy. Where if you switch up disintegrate and instead of using fireball, you use lightning blast chance, and then you go over to the lightning blast tree, you get a 30% chance to apply spark charge on the tree, so you don't have to sacrifice your gloves to do that. You get a 200% more multiplier to spark charges, and then on top of that you get final spark, which means if lightning blast hits the target that already has a spark charge on it, it's going to immediately detonate it and make room for another spark charge. So you just get way more benefit from going lightning blast versus fireball. He's eating 2 daggers. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so that's probably how I would do this if I was trying to play around the disintegrate spark charge. Is I would do it with lightning blast. I don't know about the chest piece either. Yeah, like it's cool, but it's gonna be really hard to get damage on. Oh, okay, then the disintegrating tree, yeah, I get the free cast while channeling to proc the lightning blast stuff. Yeah, so, hey guys, thanks for the sub on YouTube, I appreciate that. Yeah, so in the tree here, you have a chance to cast each second to cast lightning blast at a nearby enemy. This consumes mana equal to lightning blast mana cost. So instead of having to wait until you're done channeling to cast a limited number of fireballs, the entire time you're channeling, you're doing damage to with the lightning blast. So that'd probably be the play. You'd probably want to do chains. So a lot of these nodes only work if you're directly casting it, so you can't get like the quadruple cast and stuff like that. Did they change that? Because it used to say direct cast. Lightning Blast has a chance to double cast, and Lightning Blast... I'd have to check on the test server. But I'm pretty sure you can only get these from self-casting. You'd probably want to go over here. And it might be too much mana cost, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably do something like that. If it is too much mana cost, you could get some ward generation from this. Over here and get ward generation on hit. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. Would be the idea. I think on the chest piece, you'd probably want to swap it. Are you building out your passive tree? Okay, so you are going ward generation. You don't really care about cast speed, I'm pretty sure, because I don't think there's anything in Disintegrate that does anything with cast speed. I think there's maybe one node, if I remember correctly. Okay, so this is delay is reduced by... Okay, so that's what you're going for. Got it. Okay. You are taking the one node by default. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought. Okay, so we can leave that. Then you're going into Rune Master. I think this is honestly probably a waste of points for that node. I like this stuff, though. This stuff's not bad. Did they add a new channel node? I can't remember. You don't cast it. Okay, well, you don't cast any mana. Got Spark Charge node. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think you need to lean more into mana. I think you need to lean more into mana and be able to use that as some of your defense. So I'd probably swap your chest piece. If you're going to use a unique chest piece, I'd probably use Unstable Core. It's going to give you 120 mana. But it's only going to be good if you can get LP on it. So I'd probably plan on not having it and going with an Arcane Regalia. That's going to give you percentile mana, because you want this well over 1,000 mana. That's kind of your goal. Thanks for the detailed explanation. Of course, Optimize. Hey, thanks for all the content. Hey, what's up, Patrick? Of course, I'm happy to help out, man. Sounds neat, to be honest. Yeah, sadly, initially that was the plan, but I saw it had to be directly casted. Yeah. Okay, so get like a MOM effect. Yeah, you're gonna want to go. You're gonna want to go more mana. It says cast by another skill. Got it. Just bad wording. Yeah. It says there it doesn't work on a channel. Lots of builds doing mana stacking. Yeah. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of mana stackers. So yeah, I think we go more leaning into the mana. You're gonna want to get intelligence everywhere you can get it too for your offhand to scale your spark charge damage. So intelligence is gonna be the highest priority on every piece of gear. And you're gonna need some crit too. So what you can do for these extra points is there's a node right here that gives you damage dealt to mana before health. So that's gonna be pretty good. This doesn't give us a whole lot of bang for our bucks. We're gonna steal 2 points out of there. We just want the bonus. The increased mana regen. Hey! Zombie, how's it going? Thanks for the raid for the 13. I appreciate you. How'd your stream go? Long time no see. Yo, can you tell me your thoughts on making the new Black Blade of Chaos, whether or not it'll make Lethal Mirage pretty strong? I think it's going to make it very strong, Abyss. I am the wrong person, though. I suck at Blade Dancer. Dread, however, I think is planning on playing that build. So I think Dread is going to be your go-to guy for that. I'm a terrible Blade Dancer. It's actually my least played class, I think, right now is Blade Dancer, and maybe Beastmaster? Hey, what's up, Zombie? Yeah, I think I was spreading my stats out too much, trying not to buff Disintegrate, Fireball, and Static Orb. Need to focus a bit more. Yeah, just focus on intelligence. Hi, Pinching, good to see ya. Salty and I were just playing Overwatch 2. Oh yeah, were ya? Hell yeah. What's your main, Zombie? Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, no worries, no worries. He should have a pretty in-depth guide, I'm sure, though. A fellow Katana enjoyer, yeah. Yeah, so the reason why you want to go Intelligence is because you're getting the flat damage for your Spark Charges off Fragment of Enigma, and then also, that is going to give you 4% increased damage per Intelligence, 4% increased damage for Intelligence, 4% increased damage for Intelligence, so it's going to kind of apply to everything generically. It's also going to give you Ward Retention, and then it's giving you the benefits on Fragment Enigma. So, I think that's the play. How do you have this built out? Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. We're gonna change this up a little bit. Hey, Salty, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Zenyatta and Diva, but I was doing some DPS on Bastion today and it was fun. I hope LE is going well today. Yeah, it's mainly just build planning because we got the new patch coming up on the 9th. So yeah, we're just planning stuff out. I'm a Mei main. I'm a Mei main. I like Mei. I haven't played in a very long time though, but that's basically all I used to play is Mei. So hear me out. We're gonna be mana stacking. So I'm gonna kind of converge your build into a similar version of what I'm gonna be playing. And there's a node right here that gives you a whole bunch of extra damage for mana. So I think you drop some of these nodes. I'm gonna take away the explosion on hit and maybe grab these. You don't need all 4 points into here, so this only increases your lightning aegis seconds that's active. You're going to be casting Static Orb every time you use Evade and once per second, so I think max you only need 2 points into here. And then I'm going to take out these crit multi-nodes. So the reason why is if you put nodes into Orbital Fulmination, instead of having a Static Orb go out and then explode and then it's done, now it's going to start circling around you, and it's going to be able to hit stuff multiple times per Static Orb, and each of the times it passes through enemies, it has a chance to apply a Spark Charge. So this is going to give you more bang for your buck, especially when they're costing more mana. The biggest thing is going to be mana, so we're going to have to kind of play that out and see how much of these points you can actually take, but hopefully you can do all 5 once you have really good gear. And then the other thing I would like to place is Scatter Blast. So it's going to create smaller orbs that are also orbiting around you, and all of those smaller orbs have a chance to apply Spark Charges for you. So I think that'll give you more bang for your buck. Okay, you probably want to do 3. But I think this would be a better way to build it out. But that's just kind of like my thought process. Yeah, main is also one of my mains. Mei is Bay. Looking kind of thick. All right. I rolled a really nice 3LP Enigma last cycle on your Lightning Blast Remaster and had a ton of fun with it. Loved your guide. Dude, this has my new build that I'm gonna be playing. Exclamation point starter if you guys want the video for that. It looks a lot like my old build, but just filling the entire screen with lightning explosions, and it's sick, dude. It's sick. Mayhem and Soldier, only 3 worth playing anymore? Yeah. Disintegrate. Oh, this is somebody else's build where they wanted me to kind of like help fix some stuff. Getting for work, so I hope you have a great day. Hey, you too, Zombie. Thanks for dropping the kiddos off at the pool. I appreciate it. I'll take care of them. So this character just wants to be the center of the universe with orbiting planets. Exactly. Okay, yes. Change whatever you think would be best. I'm learning a lot. Yeah. So I'm just trying to see, like, this is how I would probably play Disintegrate with keeping the theme of your build. It's probably something similar to this. I am worried about the mana cost, so I don't really want to go down that route. You could put the extra points over here and just get the extra damage from the lightning too. You don't really need the cast chance. Yeah, I'd probably just go like this. I don't know, something like that. It's kind of wonky with the lightning blast. All the good nodes are honestly right here. These 3 nodes are the ones that really matter. Okay, so I'm going to change up this a little bit. So you have a couple options when you're building out Flame Ward. Flame Ward, you either want to make it all the way down to this node and go dual Aegis, so the big nodes are either going dual Aegis, going down here and grabbing all the armor nodes, or if you're mana stacking, you can go over here and get more damage applied to your mana pool. I'm worried about your mana regen though, because it's going to be a little bit harder. We can save a bunch of points by dropping this, so I'm probably going to be... This would auto-convert to cold, the reason why I'm taking that out. I feel like it'd probably be better for you to go armor. That's going to give you 1,000 extra armor while it's active. And just grabbing the extra ward per second. I think that's probably the play. It's doing something like that. So this node is actually not going to work for anything, so I did test it out. If you teleport and then evade for Static Orb, it doesn't actually work. You could teleport and then cast Static Orb manually. It also won't work on your channel ability for Disintegrate, and you're never going to be casting Lightning Blast itself. So this is mainly just adding a bunch of cooldown. You get the stun immunity, which is nice. But I think there's actually going to be a better way to do this. So I think you're going to be better off, rather than using Teleport, is going Flame Rush. So the reason being is Flame Rush is going to give you Frenzy. It's going to give you an auto-cast Static Orb in the opposite direction, but because you're making Static Orb orbit around you, it's just going to orbit around you like it would normal. So you're going to get a free Static Orb from that. And then you get this node over here. So by default, when you're in Flame Rush, you take 40% less damage. And you can get an additional 18% here with double effectiveness against damage over time. And if you put the points in here, that buff for the reduced damage taken persists after you exit Flame Rush, depending on how long you were in Flame Rush for. So it's going to be a huge defensive barrier. You grab these points to make it go faster and go longer, so you can get across more of the screen. Reduce the cooldown of the abilities. Give you some extra ward. And then I would probably just grab Ember Wake, because it's going to shoot out these little like fire projectiles to just have a chance to apply Spark Charge. There's nothing else really better that you could go. So I would probably do something like that. Oh, I think it'll actually give us more points. Yeah, because we converted it to lightning. Okay, so let's reset. So we'll have some more points. And everything else is pretty useless, so I'd probably just grab the extra Ember Wakes. That would probably be the play. Yeah, everything else here looks fine. Must be nice, yeah. I'll do yours. I'll do yours, Risky. Yeah, Lightning is the best element for sure. I played your Lightning Rune Master last cycle and loved it. Yeah, dude, I love how Lightning looks. Dude, they added some new effects that'll make it look really sick too. Never helps me with my builds. Mad Lightning has changed to Mad Ball Lightning, right? Let's see how fast we can make the devs nerf it to the ground. Dude, they nerfed me so hard on my two biggest builds by far. Yeah, Lightning node was mainly for the flavor, but it's not needed for the Flame Ward. Yeah. Autocorrects, size booty hole. Yeah, you're good, dude. I was mainly pathing to stun immunity. Got it. Okay. Doesn't help me. My hands are covered in bacon grease. Yeah, true, true. Okay. So we got that going. We need to change out these gloves. I'm going to go for the armor gloves. I'll also give you armor mitigation, I believe. I think that would be your best bet. You're not going to want to go damage over time, because most of your damage is going to come from the spark charges and from static orb. So our big focus is going to be intelligence. Crit chance is also good. But we do want mana. So we're going to go mana. Okay, this base is fine. I'm gonna take away all of your idols, and I'll go over why in a sec. So basically, you just had a bunch of generic percentile increases, which don't do a ton for you. Okay, so we got a little bit more of a blank slate to work on. The minion spell damage stuff doesn't actually apply to you at all, so that's kind of a dead stat. I probably only plan on getting like 2 LP on your items though. All of your stuff is crit chance, by the way. So this is generic crit, but if you actually look at spell crit, the more specific you are for stats, so like spell crit. So if you look at a T5, it goes 42 to 58, or if you look at spell crit, it goes 64 to 88. You'll actually get more crit chance if you just go for spell crit. What is your opinion? Will be better Lightning or Glacier Sork? One more question. Spellblade now viable and good option for starter? So first question, Lightning or Glacier Sork? Glacier Sork is going to be easier to gear because you fix all of your mana problems inherently with just Glacier. So it'll be easier to get Glacier going. I think Lightning Sork has more endgame damage, because Glacier is going to struggle with single target damage especially. Also, who doesn't like blowing everything up with lightning, so... you know. Shout out from PH. Hey, what's up, boy? How you doing, man? Lightning boys rise up. True. And before you comment on my chess piece, last cycle I had a 4 LP and 2 3 LPs. It won't be hard to get a solid. LPs are going to be a lot easier to get this season for sure. Hey chat. Hey Mr. Streamer. Hope all is going the right way. Hey, what's up, Dev? How you doing, man? Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Okay. Let's go through a couple things. So on here, it's going to be really common to get a knowledge of the erase. So I think that should be your kind of go-to and what you're looking for. So the reason why is it's going to give you +1 to all of your skill levels. It's going to give you 9% of damage dealt to mana. And then you're going to get auto like endurance threshold. So you don't even need to get it rolled on here. Based on your missing mana. And so if you have like 1500 mana and you're missing a bunch, your whole health pool is going to be covered. So that's going to be really big. And also we can just pull these two off. Make it more realistic. I don't mind the increased damage while channeling, but I think you'd be better off just going for intelligence here. So also, you're going to get more bang for your buck if we're stacking mana, because once we get over to 1,000 mana, you're going to have a 100% chance to refund 20% of your mana cost. So I think that's going to be really, really big too. I'm going to take the 1 point out of here and put it there. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's going to be big. I'm going to be less focused on stacking health, because you're going to have so much of your damage going out of your mana pool, and you're going to be generating ward. Let's go ahead and fix your idols, because then that will kind of show you what your mana pool will be at. This will also give you a bunch of armor. So you basically just run a bunch of 3x1s that give you mana, and then percentile mana and increase armor. The other option too is you can get mana spent as gained as ward, but it'll be better just to get an overall higher mana pool. Okay, so just doing that put you over 1,000 mana. So that helped out a whole bunch. And then what you could also do is, because the cast speed is going to help the delay, you could get increased cast speed while you have lightning ages. So that's a pretty good option there for you. Is you could do that, and then if you need res, you could put Ellie res in here, or you could put in health. So we'll do Ellie res for now though, and then we'll fix some of your gear. That's an extra 40% cast speed basically. And then we can grab more mana and Ellie res. So you basically don't need Ellie res anywhere. Okay. Alright, and then what we can change this stuff up to, I'm just going to clean everything off really quick. So I can kind of take it piece by piece. It'll make more sense for me in my brain when I'm like looking at stuff. I don't mind the bases you chose. Although the rings, yeah, I guess they give you 20 mana, and the mana regen's not bad. Alright, I'm just trying to think over everything. Do we want any extra points? I guess we get 1 extra point here. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to use the lightning blast energy there. They'll probably just start grabbing the crit multi with the extra points. That's only for Disintegrate that deals the extra damage. You're not using static. That could actually be really good since you're int stacking. Let's throw it in there for now. Okay. So now if we look at everything, let me fix your blessings. So you're actually going to want to go mana here. It's better to go all res. Armor and armor while channeling's not bad. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now we're at up to 38% mitigation. I don't think I want to go super heavy into health, because we're going to have so much ward and mana. So I think it's going to be better to go into armor. How much do we get from the passive on Rune Master again? 36% less bonus damage taken from crits, plus the 50 here. So you only need the one roll, really. I forgot to clean off the rings as well. You don't really need to stack Endurance Threshold. Endurance Threshold also doesn't work when you're stacking mana. I think the best thing to do, by the way, on your helmet, if you can, is to grab this new helmet called the Seed of Yggdrasil, which is going to apply 52% of your endurance to your mana pool. I think this is going to be like the new go-to helmet. Let's take off these just to make it easier, and only have the 2 slams on there. I think that's going to be the play late game. So the rings will be kind of meh. I was running the endurance threshold because of the wall of nothing body armor, and okay, gotcha. Best item I've ever seen was a slam 4 LP Fragment Enigma from this cycle. Yeah. I wonder if end game build using Meteor over Glacier, the 20% refund and 70% refund over 3 seconds, and the free teleport cast. You can make it work. It's just the problem is you still have that delay, so you have to put so many point investments in trying to get the fall speed off Meteor to make it do anything. So you're utilizing so many of your points trying to do that, and there's just stuff that does more damage faster. I think Meteor's still gonna be pretty meh. Are we not able to play offline right now? It says I can't connect. I think you can play offline. I don't know. 3 seconds while waiting for Doom. Oh, for Doom. Got it. Never mind, you figured it out. Okay, cool. Alright, sorry, boys. I'm like in the theory crafting space right now, and sometimes I forget that I got chat going off too. Okay. Yeah, I think what you'd want to do is you'd want to switch over to Phantom Grips. That's probably just actually fine. I think you'd want to switch over to Phantom Grips, because that's going to give you base crit and percentile mana. Yeah, I think you are going to want to change this to Endurance. It's going to be too hard to get Endurance otherwise. And then you'll change one of these from spell damage over to Endurance. Because now you, with good rolls, you'll be capped Endurance. And then that Endurance will apply to your mana pool for taking damage to your mana pool. So I think that will be the play there. You don't really have a lot of good stats for the belt. So you're basically just gonna go mana, lightning damage. You'll seal a cleanse on here. You know what I actually like the idea better on is getting Endurance on here, since I'm not really stacking health very much on this build. Is going Endurance there, dropping the Endurance off here so you're not wasting or expecting your defenses to come from a slam, and then moving that back over to spell damage. I think that makes more sense. I think cooldown recovery will be pretty big too. I think cooldown recovery will help quite a bit, and then going armor here. Let's hold off on that for now. I want to see where my reses are at. Okay. So we're getting places. We're at 40% mitigation now for our armor, which is really good. We're going to want shred on the gloves. You have some kind of armor shred. You're hitting pretty often, so that's going to be helpful on here. I think we're going to go with the armor applies to dot on the seal, because you can guarantee that seal. All right, let's start figuring out reses now then. So mainly need Fits Necrotic, Void Res. Probably want a little spell crit. In fact, it might be better to go Exalted Spell Crit and then regular T5 mana or T5 crit multi. I'll be at 65 with good rolls. People over 80. It's hard to tell with the physical necrotic because there's such a vast roll on Bone Amulet. Like, if you get a good roll on there, that should be pretty solid. Okay, I think we're gonna go double res on the amulet just to make sure we're good. It's also going to be way easier to get sealed modifiers on this next cycle. I try to only do tier 2 on the sealed modifiers. Yeah, that'll be generally good across to the board for your res. So I think your reses are good. I don't know, something like this. I think this is probably more or less what I would go for. You don't need to have Lightning Blast on your bar because it's going to be auto cast. You're never going to manually cast it. So I'd probably change this over to Flame Rush, and then I'd probably change this over to Snap Freeze because Snap Freeze is really solid for phasing certain boss mechanics. Alright, there you go, Panda. I have a question. I see you're only running like 1k mana. Have you seen Curse's video on his 5 mana stack builds? Just like 2 to 4k quadruples the damage. You sure more mana is not the way to go damage wise? He has spreadsheets showing the damage numbers and it looks strong. So the difference is I like realistic builds. Sorry, I'm not talking shit. I'm not talking shit on Curse. When I theorycraft builds and plan them out, I don't go T7 modifiers typically on stuff. The only reason why there's some on here is because this isn't my build. It was for somebody else's. So I max only put 1 T6 modifier on each piece of gear. And I try to make sure everything's realistic. So that way I can get a better idea of what I'm going to be going into in the first couple days of the league. Am I going to get more than that? Am I probably going to be pushing like 2k plus mana? Probably after like a week or two. But I try to keep things in a better expectation of what you're going to be looking at rather than just going like triple exalted modifiers with like T7 shit. So that's why. Wait, so if it's the endurance CR applies to mana pool, does that mean it would be best to have something keeping you at low HP and having 100% damage to mana? Not if you have ward. If you have ward, then your health pool is not going to matter. The mana, so if you read the wording on Seeds of Yggdrasil, it says 56% of endurance applies to all damage dealt to mana. So you are always going to be applying your endurance to your mana pool regardless of what your health or ward is at. If the goal of this patch was 1k corruption, how much would it be? I have no idea, Manuel. So they rebalance corruption, they rebalance monsters, and they nerfed everybody's defenses by a giga fuck ton, so I have no idea what like the ideal corruption is going to be anymore. Awesome, thank you so much for going through that. Of course, Panda. Yeah, hopefully that helps, man. Interesting. Yeah, I have a truly mentally ill build for you if you want it. Yeah, Kat, I'll take a look at your build. Just whisper it to me on Twitch. I can take a look at it. Here, I'll whisper you to make it easier. I understand. Thank you. Yeah, of course, man. So yeah, like this is the build iTheorycraft made a video on, and if you actually look at it, it's like 1500 mana with like really realistic gear. But yeah, if I added like just an unstable core on top of it, you know, and then added a whole bunch of like mana modifiers on here, if I'm sealing on like mana and like random shit, dude, you can get it easily like 2 to 4k mana. I just try to keep stuff more realistic for what I'm expecting to be able to have. Okay. All this stuff is good. This has all been updated. Update the Pally build. Alright, let's take a look. Well, if you're doing damage to your mana, don't you necessarily have 0 ward? It depends. There's certain things that will apply to your mana even while you have ward. So some yes, some no. Uh-oh. Forge Guard. Forge Guard alert. Alright, what do we got here? 0 uniques too? Oh no, we have 1. Okay. This'll be good. Alright, did you troll me? Hammer throw with shield bash. What shenanigans are you trying to do here? Okay. I feel like your damage is very spread across multiple facets. Lightning damage? I can't tell. Are you... Okay, so you're getting throwing... You're converting to lightning, so you're... Why do you have hammer throw? Just for Guardian Seal? All damage is javelin? Yeah, so you're using this for Zeal. I don't think that's worth it. So Zeal is not a more multiplier, it's a global increase. So it's just like having like 30% lightning damage on a single item. Exactly 100% crits on Javelin. Yeah, I don't know. I think you've got too many hands and too many baskets. Is what I think. I don't think you should have hammer throw. I don't think you should really have shield bash. Typically you don't even want to spec into lunge, but I guess you're using a javelin after lunging with a spear. So if I were making a javelin build, I probably wouldn't have 3 of these abilities. If we're being honest. So javelin by default doesn't really shotgun, which is why piercing spears isn't really good. Typically if you're playing a full-on javelin build, you're going to want to go over to siege barrage, because then your javelins can all shotgun on top of one target. If you're playing crit. If you're not playing crit, you're typically going to want to go holy trail. Kudos for trying to make it different, but I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing on it. I told you it's mentally ill. I was thinking the other option where mentally ill meant really good. Yeah, so I feel like I would change too much of your identity if I was to mess around with this. And you'd be... So if you just look at like generic builds here that other people have done, and you wanted to make Javelin your sole focus for damage, You'd probably be using Holy Aura, Volatile Reversal, and Sigils. Be kind of like your ideal. These are all Divine Bolt guys, I guess. But yeah, I'd probably look at some of these and go more that direction. Oh, you're a Forge Guard too. You're not even a Paladin. Are you planning on dex stacking then? Yeah, you got 84 strength and 31 dex. Are you getting something from the strength? You're not playing physical, so you're not getting the pen there. I feel like you'd be better off going more dex and throwing off some of the crit in other spots. Yeah, it's fine. I know it's not something other people are doing. I'm gonna try it though. Crit multi and treat, yeah. Yeah, I think I would just restructure it a little bit. So if you're already stat stacking a ton, I don't think you need so much strength. I think your strength is going to be kind of lost, where what you could do is if you swapped all these strength nodes into dex nodes, that would give you critical strike chance, which means you could drop a bunch of this like base crit stuff, and then you could go over here to Jav, and then now your abilities can shotgun against bosses. And then you could apply some Armor Shred, which would be really strong. I'd probably just completely throw off Hammer. I don't think Hammer is going to do anything for you. You'd be so much better off just going for Sigils of Hope. And getting the damage there, getting the damage on kill. Yeah, I think this would just be better all around. Is doing that. Shield Bash is kind of awkward too. I probably would remove Shield Bash off of there. What are your idols? Throwing crit multi? See, what you could do is on your idols, you could do a chance to cast Smite. You could add Smite on here, and you can make it give you 20% increased throwing attack speed. And that could be kind of interesting. I don't know. Something maybe like that. And so you're getting a buff automatically that you're never even having to cast. And I don't think you really care about like the one occasional javelin with lunge. Because honestly what you could do is you can make Smite your movement skill by taking that one extra point. And then you could free up a whole nother skill here too. That could maybe give you something else. I'm trying to think what else you'd want to grab. Yeah, it's gonna be hard with Forge Guard. You just don't get access to like Holy Aura or any of the other good stuff. I think typically when you think of throwing for Forge Guard, you're thinking of Shield Throw. Yeah, see, like I'm changing up your whole identity of your build to try to make it effective. Oh, I saw you were doing some stun synergy. You're just not going to be able to stun bosses that much, and so I think you're just going to really, really struggle with bosses. Yeah, I don't want to change up your synergy too much, man. Or kind of your identity of your build, but I think it'll be fine going through the campaign, but once you get to any kind of pinnacle boss, I think you're going to hit a slog. Because your Javelin's only going to hit the boss one time per hit. But yeah, if you just rebalance your gear, take away all your strength, put it into dex, then you can drop all of that base crit, and you should still be able to hit 100% crit, and then you have a whole nother stat that you can put elsewhere. You could do stuff like stacking armor shred and start getting like shred effects and stuff like that. And I think you could just get a lot further. Auto procking shield bash, plan on bosses, is lunge, reversal, hammer for zeal. Yeah, zeal is really bad, honestly. It's not a 30% more multiplier, it's literally the same thing as having 30% increased lightning damage. So it is like 1/6 of the lightning damage you have on your spear, is what it's giving you, essentially, you know? So I don't know. I think Zeal's not the play. And it's going to take away from your main damage source, so you're going to be like spamming hammers occasionally, where you're just doing like no damage to try to get a damage buff. That's not really doing a whole lot for you, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I probably just want to go that direction. I would probably try to swap out the hammers, at least add sigils on here. You can keep lunge if you want to. But the hammers are just going to be a waste of DPS time. You're going to lose more DPS trying to get the buff than you are just spamming javelin. If that makes sense. So, yeah, I just don't want to change up your build too much, because I feel like I would go a completely opposite direction from what you were doing. But hopefully that at least maybe gives you a little bit of options to think about. Where sometimes things sound more like a good idea in different buffs, but when you actually put them into a playstyle, the playstyle becomes too clunky and you lose too much of your synergies by trying to dip into all these other things, you know? So that's at least how I feel about it. Okay, I was like, where's mine at? Okay, I want to make sure mine was showing up in there. I'm just curious to see what people have already posted. He's got a similar-esque build. Curious what other people are doing. Fubgun also made a similar one. He's going mana or meteor with it? How is he gonna sustain mana? And why is he using Strong Mind? Just for the stun avoidance? What? Hey man, do you. Do you. I feel like this has to be a troll build. He's using a marina? Okay, alright. I'm not here to talk shit on other people's builds. Sorry. He's also using meteors. Wait, he's mana stacking, but he's not using any of the mana nodes? Question mark? And then he's auto-casting Lightning Blast, but he's not using Lightning Blast Spect. Some of these builds aren't making sense, boys. Some of these builds aren't making sense. I think people are just throwing again build planners to throw build planners together. Alright, does anybody else have any ideas that they want to do? Talk shit about mine. Okay, we'll take a look at your build. Let me pull it up. Do they buff Shadow Daggers? I don't think so. I have a few builds to make fun of if you want. Yeah. He said next like 40 builds ago, I swear. Yeah, we'll look at yours. So basically he's centering around Celestial Doom. Let me order food real quick, boys. I'm starting to get really hungry. Yeah, let me get food on the way, and then I'll go over this. I want Costa Vida. Ghost Vita sounds fucking delicious right now. It's a giant ass burrito. Hey, Exo, thanks for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for investing in the stream. How's it going, dude? There, I paid for like 25% of your food. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Seems defensively sound, 1000% crit multi, like 300-ish flat damage at 500% effectiveness. Yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate you investing in the community. Yeah, if you guys got a sub from Exo, make sure you tell him thank you. Alright. So let's take a look. So he's not doing any ward shenanigans because he's using Fractured Crown, which is going to give him more increased mana. So basically, if you guys don't know, let's do this first. Let's pull this up. So he's using the new staff called Celestial Doom. So what it does is when you cast a Fire, Cold, Lightning, Necrotic, or Void skill, it sends out this ability called Doom Pulse. So let's find it here. So this is Doom Pulse. Unleash a wave of void energy in the targeted direction. Additive spell damage is applied at 500% effectiveness. It scales off of void, spell, and intelligence. And then if we look here on the actual weapon, you get +1 flat spell damage per 10 max mana for Doom Pulse, and then 1% crit multi per 1% increased mana regen for Doom Pulse. Is kind of the idea. Okay, so now we understand what it's doing. You also get a bunch of extra maximum mana based on the amount of mana you spent recently. So that is what he's kind of going for. Okay. He's not going for any ward because he's using Fractured Crown, which means you can't have ward, but the plus is it gives you 30% increased mana and a bunch of spell crit multi. Alrighty, so the main thing is the Doom Pulse. It has a cooldown based on each element that you cast. So it's a 4-second cooldown. So you want to be trying to rotate between different elements as much as possible. So what his kind of theory that he's going with, he's going to be using Elemental Nova, which is going to rotate between Fire, Cold, Lightning to kind of do 3 of the elements for him. And then he's using Glacier to get mana back, it looks like. I don't think Glacier is going to be killing anything for you, by the way, so you're never going to get the mana on kill. But you can get the mana percentage on crits from doing that. And then he's gaining a bunch of mana regen from using his Urzil's Pride, which gives you mana regen per 3 uncapped lightning res. You can see he has 571 lightning res, which is why his mana regen is at 56%. So that's basically giving him 56 crit multi. It's kind of the general idea. For sure, I don't know why I recognize Pitching Loaf, but man, it's super familiar. I made a lot of build guides in the past. This guy must play a lot of mages or something. I do. I had my big build last season. Was oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. It was the Mad Lightning Rune Master. Seeing him using Meteor instead of Glacier too, since it has a high mana cost, I'll have super high mana, no crit multi per % mana regen, not total mana regen. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Let me reread it. Increased mana regen. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. So we'd essentially be dividing your lightning res by 3, and then that would be the calculator that it's giving. So that would give you 190% crit multi just off the chest, not including the other mana regen. It would basically be all these numbers added up together is what it would be. So crit multi from staff, yeah. I don't use build guides at all, so it had to be something else. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe just heard me in the community or something like that. No idea. Yeah, most of my stuff comes from streaming or build guides, so if you don't watch a lot of streams or build guides, then I'm not sure where you would have heard me from. Okay, let's look at your passive tree and see kind of what you're going here. So you're going for the int, which is good. You're going for health and mana. You got a little bit of crit chance, crit multi. You're going for the increased cast speed. You're not really going to be getting the bonus on that because you're not using anything that costs 0 mana. Going for the increased mana regen because that gives you basically 24% increased crit multi, so that makes sense. Increased mana regen. All of that makes sense. This isn't going to give you the bonus, really, because you're going to have 0 ward, but it still gives you mana, I guess. I don't know if that's actually going to be worth it. I think it'd probably be better dropping that down to 2, because it's not giving you really that much flat mana. You're not going to be able to get any leech either. Because you're not using actually like an element that's doing that much damage. You're going to be rotating so much, so you're going to want to make sure you get Spell Leech on your Blessing. Yeah, I'd probably at least do that. That's going to give you a bunch of spell damage, which is going to pair nicely with how much extra crit multi you have. You got all the mana nodes there. I don't know if these points are worth it. It's giving you a little bit of Elirez and then 40% just like increase elemental damage. I feel like those could probably be spent elsewhere. Like you could spend them here, which would give you extra area of effect for your Doom Pulse explosion. Or you could get the extra flat spell damage, because you get a very good multiplier for your flat spell damage. You could also grab them in the defensive notes here. I would probably drop these, and then I'd probably put them right here. The less damage taken from ignited, shocked, or chilled enemies, I think that would probably make more sense. So here, you're going to want to go for a Spell Leech, because this is going to make it so all of your spells, whether they're fire, lightning, cold, or void, it's all going to leech you health back, which is going to be really important since you're going to have 0 ward. Yeah, it's the exclamation point starter that Wiz linked there, Go-Go. That's the static orb build, unless you're talking about the disintegrate one that I made for somebody else. Maybe just good branding with a memorable username. That could be, it could be. Some guy on Reddit asking for a good streamer to stick with at the start of the cycle, and you were the top comment, so here I am. Hey, thank you, Frost. I appreciate you dropping by, man. Yeah, I try to engage a lot with the community, help you guys out, and make cool build guides, so... Yeah, hopefully you enjoy your stay, man. Go with a Chest Slam, though, is not in the guide, is 100% damage to mana. Change it to however you want. Lofi, just send me the fixed version when you're done. Yeah, the idols are triggering me. You can move 1/3 and put 4 2/1. Oh, his idols. Yeah, we'll fix we'll look at idols too. He's going for mana and the lightning res, because the lightning res is going to apply to his chest piece, is what he's going for. So you'd be sacrificing 14 mana for 10% health. Yeah, I don't know. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. You definitely want these 1/3s. But it might be better to change up, like, moving this one over here, and then dropping these 2 1/1s down, and then that would give you an extra 1/2, and I think that would probably be better. So, if I show you what I'm doing here... actually, it'd be easier just to do this one. Hold on. Mana. Then you can do this. And I think the percentile health will be better than the 14 mana. I think that would be a better setup. Because 14 mana is almost nothing, whereas 10% health is actually pretty good. Since although I think the any flat mana multiplier mana percentage is better than health. Health isn't really that important in my opinion. Probably the other way. Please, my eyes more. Yeah, I don't know. I think this would be better, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Yeah, that would be more more synergy. Make it more even across the board. But yeah, okay. For your base on the amulet, by the way, you're better just to grab a gold amulet. It's going to give you fire res on top of lightning res, and it's going to give you the same numerical values. So I know you're going for a bunch of lightning res, but I did see that the other day. So that's going to be better there. This is kind of an interesting concept, though, with the Celestial Doom, just stacking a crap ton of lightning res everywhere. Oh, you're on max average, by the way, too. You want to be on average. Okay. So we could probably lose some fire res somewhere. Let me finish going over your blessings. You have all res, you have lightning res for the... Yeah, the all res will apply 2 lightning res, which is good, and then you have physical and fire res. You can completely drop this blessing here. Are you capped on endurance? You are not. You definitely want to be capped on endurance. So we can swap this over to endurance. That puts you almost capped. And then you're just shy on fire res, so if you have a good roll on anything, you're going to be over. I think you were quite a bit over on crit win. Oh no, you're right there. Okay, so that's probably a good spot for it. You get the double crit wins there. I don't think you're going to want to use these boots. One, you can't gain ward because of this stat, so these boots are just completely dead in the water. So you definitely don't want to use those boots. I'm not sure if there's another unique pair of boots that are going to be more beneficial for you. I think you'd probably just want to use a exalted pair of boots. You could get all res on these boots. Isn't too bad. You probably want like a higher armor pair of boots, honestly. You probably just want to run one of these. Let's go with like intelligence, movement speed. Some health. What's your crit at? Like 70%? That's why you got the 2 crit nodes there. Got the increased spell crit here, increased spell crit. And you do already have crit chance on all of those. Yeah, that's hard. Trying to get that crit any higher with using a staff too. These are going to be guaranteed to have stats slammed on here. You could probably grab the crit here because you have so much investment, and honestly, you're likely to have a T7 mod on here because it's a Weaver's Will unique, and you have so much crit multi investment that you really want to get higher crit. And then you'd probably just want to go mana. This is like, the Weaver Wills are the only ones I put like T7s on. They'll be up to 77 at least. No, since I'm not using the new helmet. You still want endurance. So the reason why is endurance is going to still apply to your health. So it's going to negate a whole bunch of the damage you're taking to your health pool, even though some of it's already bleeding over to your armor. Also, even if you're not scaling endurance threshold, if you get hit once really hard on a hit that brings you below 283 health, it's still going to mitigate that whole hit by 60%. So it's still going to prevent you from getting one shot, so that way your mana can still take more of that damage. Our server is down. I believe they did drop them down right now. I think you can play in offline mode though, Jedi. Yeah, I think you can play in offline mode. Also, what I think you can do here is instead of going crit avoidance, because we're swapping up your boots, I think you go for the hybrid armor and crit damage reduction. Because you can get 50% right here, and then that's another 30% right there. So you're already at 80%, and it's not as important to get to 100% when you're doing this way, because like crit avoidance, you're either getting hit for a massive crit or you're not at all. There's no in between. Whereas here, you're at least mitigating 80% of that, and then that could drop off 2 ring stats for you. Where if you wanted to, you could put Ellie res on there, and then that would give you more lightning res. So that would be even more crit multi. So that's just a thought. Or you could try to fill out the rest of your res. Like, you don't have any void res hardly. So you probably actually want to go void res. Since we took away your blessing, I know that wasn't your fault, but you could go there and go void res. We'll fix that. Okay, so now you're capped on void res. Hey Wisdom, thanks for the follow, man. How's it going? I don't know how to get the rest of the crit. Nothing I saw from other Sorc abilities would bring up the gap. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for sure with how you're running. Like the other thing would be running the new ring, but then you would lose so much mana regen. You would get a bunch of increased mana, but you'd lose a bunch of mana regen. So you might have to sacrifice some damage and maybe drop one of the rings, but then you'd lose a bunch of res too. Yeah, and almost the helmet's the most sought after slot because you have like a bunch of helmets that give you crit, like Prismatic Gaze, and then you have where's the other one? Peak of the Mountain. So Mage just really suffers with having way too much shit applying to their helmet. So it's kind of hard. The other thing too you could do is try to stack more intelligence, because your intelligence should be giving you crit too. From this node. Let me think, because you have a bunch of intelligence nodes that you could be grabbing. Yeah. It's gonna be really hard with using that staff, for sure. I'm pretty sure the raw crit would give you more. Let's see, so we're at 71%. If we go intelligence instead... Yeah, it's actually a little bit less. It would give you more damage, probably, but... with how much crit multi you have... trying to think what we could replace. It would lose you a little bit of mana and mana regen, but you could go the crit route there, but I don't think that would be worth it. It's just a minute amount of crit. I mean, you don't have any seals on these, so what you could do is go double crit chance. You could get like a little bit in here. What's the difference in the tiers here? You can get like sealed intelligence. I feel like it'd be better. if you could get it to go, maybe to go like this, since the other one's percentile. And that would give you more damage too. That'd give you more damage with a tiny bit more crit. Yeah, it's gonna be really hard though to hit that crit cap. I had to find crit and skill trees a lot with Sorc stuff. Yeah, it's just hard when you can't use an offhand. That's the big part, is the lack of offhand. And you could try to get the 5 points here for extra crit chance too. The question is, where would you take that from? Honestly, you'd probably take it from here. I think that would probably be ideal. Because you're not getting the bonus from that, so you're basically just sacrificing a little bit of cast speed and mana, like flat mana. So that would probably be the play. That there, give you 1 flat damage. Okay. That puts you up to 74 or 81 with like really good rolls. Yeah, I think that's probably the best place you would be able to get it. And then you probably want Necrotic Res here. Actually, you need a cleanse. You have to have a cleanse. I mean, this is a good conservative version of the build. As far as the skills go, there's not a whole lot of benefit you would get from Ellie Nova other than just rotating. I wish you could get access to Rune Bolt. Rune Bolt would be way better, but that probably just won't be a possibility for you. Ooh, okay, I got it. So if you went the channeling node, you can get an extra 75% lightning res while you're channeling, and that could be really big. Yeah, that could be massive. You don't want any of the word on kill stuff. The armor shred could be really big too. These are all Ellie hit damage. We're not going to really be scaling the Ellie hit. You could go for the extra armor shred. Get 200% armor shred for free. And then probably just get the extra area of effect so you're hitting more stuff. At this point, does the skill I use to proc Doom Pulse even matter? Really, it's Glacier / Meteor to maintain mana and defensive abilities like Focus and Flame Ward. I don't know if you actually are going to end up needing Glacier. I think the main part you'd want to do is use the teleport mechanics. Grab all the cooldown recovery. Grab the extra armor. And then if you want Meteor, you grab all the heavy mana cost nodes. You might as well just grab that. Okay, so that's all the mana stuff. Get the extra stun chance, okay. And then you could probably honestly just drop Glacier at that point. You're not going anything ward related, so you want to skip those nodes. This would be the fastest way to go there. Take more damage out of your mana pool. Oh, this would give you more mana regen, actually. So that would be really, really big, because you can get 100% extra mana regen. And then I think what you'd want to do is actually go focus. For the increased mana regen and the mana overcharge. So like for this, you do more damage the more mana you have. So focus can increase your mana to a percentage above your maximum mana. The success decays at a rate of 10 mana per second after you stop channeling. So that would give you a whole bunch of extra flat mana. And then you can get all of the extra mana regen while you're in focus here. And as long as you make it deal some damage, it will proc a doom while you're channeling focus. And then that will give you that increased mana regen for that hit, at least. And that increases mana regen per maximum. You kind of make this an oh shit button, too, to give you a bunch of your mana back. I don't know, probably something like that. I think that would be pretty good. Plus meteor would be able to add to my maximum mana pool, so Doom would get way more flat damage. Yeah, exactly. Because it's still counting that you're casting it and triggering that mana cost, technically. So that should apply. And then this could give you a massive buff. I'm pretty sure this will trigger the Doom. But yeah, just the overcharge here makes it worth it. And then also, if your mana gets really, really low, this will be a good oh shit. Or if you ever hit negative mana, you can instantly go back up. Yeah, getting that extra 75% lightning res would be super sick too. So you'll have even more crit multi. Alright, let's add your abilities here. What's the last one I'm not thinking about? Oh. Alright. There you go. If anybody else wants it, I don't know how good this one is because it's a very experimental. We haven't actually been able to play with Celestial Doom yet because it was kind of hard to get. So I haven't messed around with that too much, but at least something. My food here yet? I'm so hungry. It was. Okay, I'll be right back, boys. I'm gonna go grab my food. Got our food. Don't worry, it's gonna be what I grind for. I got 3 days off for cycle start. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. I'm very excited to see how it works out though with Celestial Doom. Yeah, I wanted to buy one and test it out, but yeah, there wasn't a lot. So I think it is gonna be a rare item for sure. All right, is there anything else that anybody else would like to have theory crafted? In chat, if you guys have an ability, the only thing I ask is I don't really want to do anything Blade Dancer or Primalist related, because I kind of hate those two classes. So, yeah, nothing Blade Dancer, nothing Primalist. I'm down to theory craft, whatever, though. I'm going to turn off my webcam while I eat food, guys. Yeah, if there's anything you guys would like to see or an idea you had, I'm happy to go through it and see what we can come up with. I have high hopes for it. Build looks dope in my opinion, not just because I made it. Yeah, no, it's got a cool concept. I'm curious. I've never played around with it before, so I have no idea what it's going to actually translate to, but it could be cool. Come on, guys, don't be shy. Have you done an Arc Lightning build for new patch? You mean Lightning Blast? Yeah, I can show you. So if you put exclamation point starter, I made a full like hour-long build guide on what I'm gonna be starting with. It's gonna be using Static Orb and Lightning Blast. Yes, I have a link of a build that wants to work, but I don't know if it will. And then I have a couple others I wouldn't mind sanity checking. Yeah, message me the one that you want me to take a look at, EXO, on Twitch. Here, I'll message you to make it easier. You can just reply. Because it blocks links in chat. Yeah, there's no gameplay footage in that video. That's the most common comment I'm getting because it's using a lot of new tech that doesn't exist in the current patch. But I have messed around with it, so I know its functionality and if it works or not. So, yeah, it's gonna be good. Uh-oh. Alright, this is from EXO. Not even sure if this will work. It'll all depend on how many fire or stacks I have at a time. And if it's only 5 to 10, it's a dead build. If I can get like 20 to 30, it may have legs. Would it be better as a Spellblade? My notes from the document. Yeah, no worries. Alright, so this is EXO's build that he was looking at. So let's take a look. Hey, Critzy. Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate you. Let's get it. Indeed, indeed, man. Thank you for investing in the stream. A green item, yes. Yeah, let's get rid of that real quick. Green item, gross. Now he's doing it for the void spell damage. Okay, so he's synergizing around trying to get increase void damage per fire aura. Are you using something that's actually void damage? So that's the first thing I would say. I don't think you're using anything that's void damage. I do like the fire damage per int. I wish it applied to everything more than just disintegrate, but you're going to be scaling the new fire aura node, I'm sure, that also gives you int in the Spellblade tree. So kind of scale both at the same time, but it's not a cycle starter to be clear, just an idea. That's the first thing. The sword hopes to do all the void damage. It won't. It won't, sadly. Sorry, I was joking. That was my first concern. Second was, will I have enough F8? Stacks it up, yeah. So, sadly this chest doesn't really have a place. The only way you'd really be able to benefit from it on a mage is by playing Volcanic Orb and using Limit of the Last Refuge, where you convert 100% of the damage of Volcanic Orb to void damage. So that's the only way you can really get that damage on there. Hey, Hyja, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. So that's the only way you can really make that work. So the other idea is, are you wanting to play around with Fire Aura, or are you just wanting to make a Void Mage? Yeah, because just the flat damage off the dagger won't be enough to scale all of your damage. Lose the Catalyst, a better rule for sure, but I can't find synergy with the chest Catalyst then, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard. And I just saw these two items and no builds that use both. I figured it was for a good reason, yeah. Yeah, this was the community item that we made. We missed the mark because there was some other really cool shit. But yeah, almost nobody uses this item because it's just bad. And Volcanic Orb in general is generally bad unless you're playing Ignite. I'm like you. I only want hipster builds. Yeah, I try to make stuff a little bit different, but I did mess around a little bit with Fire Aura, and you can make it decently good. With the new int scaling. But how you would want to do that is you'd want to use a melee skill and stack a whole bunch of attack speed. So the one that I probably like the most was using Firebrand, because Firebrand can give you increased spell damage buff while you're using it. It gives you built-in attack speed. You can also do Ignite scaling at the same time of doing Fire Aura because you're doing damage over time. And a Flame Wave on hit will apply an Ignite for you. You can get a whole bunch of Ignite chance. This node can now shotgun, so triple strikes. So it'll hit 3 times instead of once. 3 times plus the 1 hit from Flame Wave. So that's 4 hits every single melee attack. So we can stack a whole bunch of Ignite stacks really, really fast and give you spell damage for your Fire Aura. So that was probably the thing I had the most success doing, trying to mess around with the new int stacking for Incinerating Aura. I did play it as a Spellblade for the extra Fire Aura chance. But I don't know if there's a ton other than this. It is an extra 20% chance for Fire Aura stacks per melee attack, but that is pretty good. But there wasn't a whole lot of extra stuff. I guess you have the melee Ignite chance there. Spellblade ditch Sork, yeah. Spellblade was the first character I did on the test server. Seems like Reeve is a lot better. Reeve is very mana hungry. And so it can give you a little bit of Ignite chance. And you can get the Fire Aura here. I tried it. And it's hard to get it going fast enough to really give you a whole lot. And you have to do mana investment at that point. Because 26 mana is a lot for a Spellblade. So it's a little bit hard to make this work, sadly. I've got another more realistic starter if no one else is in queue. I don't have anything from anyone else yet, so if you guys want me to take a look at a build for you and see what we can make work, I'm down to do that. But yeah, what do you got? We have to wait to make filters and stuff until the servers come back up tomorrow, right? That's another thing I don't really know how to make. I know there's a loot filter button on the planner, but I imagine it isn't super great. It's enough to like get you through the leveling stage. I will have a loot filter up though before the patch goes live for my build. So if you're gonna be playing the Mana Lightning Sork that I'm starting with, I will have a full filter ready to go for you. That will take you through the early game and into the super end game. So that's one of the perks if you're playing the same build as me, is I'm gonna have you covered on that part. Yeah, Exo, go ahead and send me over your other build planner. Take a look. The part I'm worried about is you can technically go in offline mode, and then you can make your loot filter there, but they're making changes to the loot filter. So last season, my loot filter I made prior to the patch start had a couple issues where it was like reverting stuff. And so because they are directly making changes to loot filters where you can add like legendary potential and stuff, I'm worried that I'm worried that we might have some issues, but I'm pretty good with loot filters and I should be able to fix them on the fly for you guys if you're playing my build. We're using fundamental criterion with the staff, scaling dex some, and using the lightning damage brand from the RM tree. This should scale a lot better. Okay, I'll take a look. Melee Spellblade with Eye of Rain sounds good in my lore book, yeah. So this is sort of like a build I ran last cycle, but I want to drop that stupid idol and just be a full 3 Gone Rune, but we'll see. That part is pretty whatever. Rune Master got a pretty big hit this cycle, but let's see what you're working with here. So you're doing damage over time. With lightning conversion. Just so you know, the flame burst doesn't get converted to lightning. I don't know if that was maybe your intent, but which one of the runes are you using? Once you have 2 runes for Runic Invocation, your runes cannot change until they are consumed. Okay, so you're using the Tune Rune, Runic Invocation. And then you're going for the auto order, so you're going for Lightning Fire. Which one's Lightning Fire? Where's the thing I'm looking for? I had a list of all of the invocations somewhere. I don't know where I put it though. I might have accidentally deleted it. It's under skills, I think. Invocations, there we go. Okay. You were doing Lightning Fire. That one's lightning, right? No, it's the blue one. Okay, so this one right here. So you're using Plasma Bolt. Blast the target with an arc of plasma, dealing lightning damage on hit, igniting them and applying spreading flames. Apply 7 stacks of ignite, and ignite applied this way is 70% increase duration and 70% fire pen. Oh, wait. Oh, you converted. You converted. Got it. Yeah, you're converting that over to lightning. So it's lightning. Okay. My bad. Okay, so Sea of Sparks. So creates a series of sparks under nearby enemies that explode after a short duration. Added damage applies to 200% to each explosion. Multiple explosions can hit the same target. So you're shotgunning these lightning hits. No dot, the glyph was in there for something lightning. Not flame burst, slaps either way. Sea of Sparks is second gong. Where it's lightning, yeah. It's my favorite invocation. It's pretty sick, it can overlap. Yeah, technically I'm okay with it being lightning, but ideally locked out lightning. And fireball handles single target pretty well. And shotgun's nice, yeah. Okay. Okay, so you're getting the 36% more damage. And then you're dex stacking for the 3% more damage per dex or invocations with Gone as their second rune because you're gone. Dark Chance area, cleanse, cast on top of you. Alright, I'm eating at the same time, boys. Doing Lightning Red Shred. Auto Rune Vacations. Okay, so here's the thought process. You're not getting a ton of stuff with the rune, with the Glyph of Dominion, and you're mainly just wanting a lightning skill. So my thought process is if we're using Flame Rush already, and we're 1 point away from Beta Decay, I wonder if it's better to drop this, grab Static Orb, and then you get access to Lightning Aegis, which is going to give you 25% less damage taken and 50% increased lightning damage. And then on top of that, with nothing else in this tree, it gives you access to be using idols like this guy that now give you 20% increased cast speed per idol. And cast speed works really, really well with Fireball. That's my thought. Lightning converted Frostwall, I never know what to do with my hands. 5th skill, the type of build. Yeah, man. Oh, man. Genus, that'll help a ton with the missing 30% damage. GR? Yeah. Yeah, so that's just what the first thing that popped in my head. Because like on my build, on my Rune Master build that I made last season, I just had a whole bunch of these where it was basically giving me like 80% increased cast speed with my idols. Yeah, no, that's really smart. Solved. Easy, boys. Easy. Alright, so we just take one of those out, put it right there. And I'm trying to think the best way to spec this out here. You're probably not going to do a whole lot of damage with this. You probably just want it to be utility based. So probably just make it have a bunch of tendrils so it's hitting a bunch of stuff and then it just auto shocks everything for you. And then we just make it orbit you. Make it cost almost no mana. I don't know. Something like that, where it's not doing really a whole lot of damage. It's just gonna orbit, apply a whole bunch of shocks, and oh no, the explosions are what cause the tendrils, huh? And then it has a 90% chance not to explode. Yes, we don't care about the tendrils. Maybe instead, like this, just have the little smaller orbs with it. Some more hits. That'll help apply armor shred as well. Just having a whole bunch of hits going off for you. I don't know, just a thought process. You're only going to be casting it when you're using that, so it's probably better like that. Because the 4 orbs will come out every cast, and then you'll only have one orbiting you. I think that'll make more sense. Yeah, maximize the shock and shred coverage. Yeah, I think that would probably be best. Okay. Alright, then we're basically just going for all crit. You don't really have any mana cost anymore. What's your defenses? Let me look through your passive tree. Eldrin's cap speed, bunch of crit. Going for the extra cast speed. Oh, you just have those as the minimum points to make sure you can hit there. Okay, hear me out really quick. These nodes are pretty bad. So one thing you can do is put 1 point into here, so you have a chance to chill now. And then I'd probably just grab the extra int nodes. I think that would probably be better. Defenses? You mean kill faster? No, I'm joking. I'm worried a lot about Squish. Okay. Also, if did you DM me that finished build? I put it in chat. I put it in chat. Here, I'll grab it for you. There you go. I DM'd it to you. Give him an RM build is too easy. Someone give him a druid or something, please. I don't want to play Primalist. Alright. So probably the biggest thing you're going to do is be casting as many fireballs as quickly as possible. Yeah, because you're getting a whole bunch of cast speed there too. I'm kind of half tempted to swap this up too. I don't feel like this is giving you a whole lot. I think probably what you'd want to do is go Twisted Heart. And then stack a bunch of health. Because you can cast Fireball really fucking fast. You're also going to want to make Fireball Pierce. And since we kind of just took away all the mana problems... I think we do this. This is going to add so much quality of life. Okay, now you have 100% Pierce. You have auto homing. I think that'll be better. And you don't even have to worry about aiming. I'm still not 100% sure about this stuff, but Flame Burst is decent if you're just scaling like generic stuff, but... Oh, we got that extra point back, so we can grab that. A lot of people like to play this way, so I'm not going to fault you for it. I'll leave that one as how it is. I'm not as much a big fan of the double charges. I typically prefer going armor, but this is honestly a totally fine way to play it. Probably just grab the ward for a second. What are your blessings set up as? Spell Leech is good. I don't think you're gonna need the mana anymore. You already have Lightning Shred. So you probably just grab lightning damage. All res is fine. Increased armor, armor. Okay, I love it. You're going to be playing a ward build. You don't need endurance. Chance to play Shred. I love that. You've got the Shred on here. You don't need the Shock Chance anymore because you're going to get that for free. So we could put that elsewhere. You get most of your crit avoidance from this. Your reduced crit damage, so you're pretty good there. That's honestly fine. What's your crit chance at? 46? Oh, you did have some Pierce there. Okay, so your main purpose of your helmet right now is to give you crit. And you're not going to be spending that much mana. So I think what your better option would be to go Prismatic Gaze. I'm going to be realistic. It's going to be hard to get, so probably just go like that. That puts you at 71% with a max of 87. I think that's going to be a better play to fix your crit. Thank you, of course. Or Lich. Yeah. Warlock kind of got gutted too, boys. Warlock kind of got gutted too. I'm trying to shove mouthfuls of burritos in between. Just like mega slow for me. Now I can't check my build. Oh, really? Man, I ran with Flame Burst on full lightning conversion. It was insane, unless it was bugged and got nerfed. I think it's still high CPS. It could be. Especially if you're casting really, really fast. An autocast life cycle and drop the extra charge, but autocast feels dirty. True. Especially on Shock Max 20 secs and it works like a more percent. But I not keep shock no matter what to get 20 secs faster. You're gonna get it really, 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 really fucking fast, to be honest. And so I believe the max stacks is actually 10. So if we go over here, go to the build guide. Oh wait, whoops, wrong one. What am I looking for? Game guide. Yeah, so max stacks are 10. It gives you negative lightning res and chance to increase stun. Those are the two things it gives. So it's basically just like another another lightning res shred, basically, except they stack independently. Okay. Trying to think over everything here. I wonder how much the deck stacking is worth. I don't think your Runic Invocation is really going to do that much damage, to be honest. I think most of it's going to come from Fireball. But that'll take away all the identity, so we can leave that on there for now. But I think that'll be at least in a better spot. Let's fix your reses. I think you're gonna have to switch this over to a Bone Amulet. Just to have your reses kind of in a half decent spot. What's your base bonus damage? Hey Fisky, thanks for the follow, man. Why did that not put that through? Having a nice glass of wine? Nice, let's go. They punched the Falcon in the face too. Yeah, they hit a lot of them pretty hard. Yeah, the negative res is good, but yeah, 10 secs will happen really quickly. Alright, it's gonna be the clear skill. Sea of Sparks is actually really strong. Okay. Let's see more high-end DPS scaling, which is Dex should fix. Yeah, that is a lot of more damage. Like, you may not be wrong still, but full Fireball is probably stronger. Yeah, it's okay though. If it's fun, you know? I'm down to have fun. Alright, we have the Spell Leech there, we have the Spell Leech in the tree, so that should counteract the Twisted Heart. I would like to try to get a little bit more health, if possible. But we still need to fix some of our res. How much crit are we gonna lose if we drop this? Oh, you have the shock on there too. Honestly, that's not too bad though. We just leave the shock on the staff. That's fine. Then we can change this. We need to get some more res though. Or else we have poison res. Maybe we go Fizz instead. I forget that the amulet gives you so much. Okay, and then our Ellie res is going to be completely fixed. I'm doing this. Maybe we can add the crit, but I think health's gonna be better. I think just doing double health. Because you want to get as much health as possible for Twisted Heart. Yeah, that puts us in a much better spot. And then if you just get a little bit of baby res here, let's get some like some poison and void res. Yeah, and if you just have half decent rolls, that should cover everything. I think something like that, though. I hate Plasma Orb for sure. Hi, streamer, Mr. Streamer in chat. How would you recommend to level Sork if I hate Glacier? Is there anything else that is smooth? Yeah, I got you. Let me find his video real quick. So this is a buddy of mine. His name's Dread, and he does a bunch of Last Epoch videos. I should be on one of his videos coming up here in the next day or two, too. Alright, Fisky, check this out. That's another great way to level Sork. It may not be need that much dex either. Yeah. I used to see the spark so much, yeah. And to be honest, I don't know if I had the res fix. I had some open stock fixes at least. Okay, no worries. Yeah, this should cover most of it. What build would you recommend to an average player to start 3.24 with? Probably Paladin. Something Paladin related. Because Paladin gives you all of your defenses for free. Gives you crit avoidance, res, everything. Either that or a Necromancer. The high end for Paladin is kind of low, but most new players are never going to get there anyways. It'd take me longer to get those idols than a dual T6 ring with res on it or something. Yeah, the idols are going to take a little bit. If you're using COF efficiently, or you're just buying them, it's probably not too long. But that's like 80% cast speed too. Pretty nice. Not being rude, they are similar, so in that case, you were just in the wrong place. Wait for what? Oh, yeah. With the patch notes. Do you see Dread's Disintegrate build? I have not, Brownlee. What's he doing with it? New players who totally play Death Seal Lich? Oh yeah. I love running around with 33% health, no ward. New players will definitely not have a heart attack. I take it Shaman is hard to level up with. Primalist is the hardest class to level up with, in my opinion, unless you are playing a super meta leveling build. It has so many resistances, that's so nice on the gearing. Yeah, you get all your res covered. All your suffixes can basically just be life. Your critical strike avoidance is basically all the way covered, just with one passive. Had a blast with Bleed Hammered in during 1.0. Bleed Hammered is pretty sick. It did get nerfed though, because they reduced the number of smites I can cast down from the idols, which is basically just it's an easier to entry for a lot of those builds, but it's a big nerf for Bleed. Proccing Volcanic Orb, some other stuff looks pretty cool. Pretty fun. Nice, dude. Yeah, that could be good. Oh, sorry, I forgot to give this to you. Alright. Here's your planner for that. I think that's generally how I would build this and fix it a little bit. Yeah, I think Twisted Heart's gonna skyrocket your defense though. And that should help get the crit to a much healthier spot. Yeah, the good roll, 87%. Should be good. Hog, thank you. Of course, man. Hey, thanks for that sub on YouTube, by the way, guys. Is there any other builds that you guys want theory crafted? Anything you guys had ideas on or had started thinking about that you would like to see if I can maybe pose some solutions for some issues? If not, I might just get some practice in and level some Sorc stuff. I want to play a Rogue, maybe Blade Dancer. Blade Dancer is the only one I didn't want to do. Yeah, Blade Dancer and Primalist. Did y'all do Void Beam BK? I don't know if it's gonna be good. Saw Dread's video. I did see Dread's video. I commend Dread because he's willing to play a lot of niche builds that can do empowered monoliths, but sometimes they're not always like super giga pushers. I think it can go through the game, and I think it can do, you know, lower end corruption pushing just fine. But I think anything past that, it's gonna really struggle. Did you do Forge Warrior? I did do a Forge Guard build. So this was the one I did. It's using the dual wield shields and doing shield throw. So that's what I've done for Forge Guard so far. Unarmed Cinder Strike. I'm down to do that. I'm down to do that. Yeah, let's do Unarmed Cinder Strike. We can do that, X. I'd probably play it as Falconer, maybe Blade Dancer. I don't know. We'll take a look. So, if you guys didn't know what changed on Cinder Strike, they the big thing is this node right here. So Cinder Strike only has its first attack, so it cycles between 3 different attacks. So if you read it here, it's a melee or a bow attack, and then the first attack also creates a big fire explosion, and then the second and third attack are kind of weak. With this node, you can make it so it only has the first strike, the big one, that's really good. And then what they added is it used to cost 30 mana, now it only costs 20 mana, and it also has a 30% more multiplier added on top of it. That's really big. I think they changed some other stuff too. Let's take a look. They added a bunch of like damage quality of life. Oh, it no longer auto aims, which is actually causing it to have more problems hitting than anything. So this is a buff. Inferno now grants 8% more damage per point and 2 added fire point from 4 added. Where's my planner at? Okay, so that's this one right here. So that's a massive buff right there. 20 added, yeah, okay, that's the one I was talking about. Timeless now grants 20% mana efficiency from 12. And then it's been reduced from 3 points from 5 points, but that's still overall a buff, so it gives you more points to work with. So that's this point right here. So you can get more mana efficiency for this guy, so it's going to add 20 extra mana cost. That's pretty big. And then Flame Alchemist now grants 25% chance to drop a Volatile Flask when Cinder Strike's first attack hits at least one enemy. Previously 15% chance on hit on the first attack. Okay. Yeah, so just a 50% chance for that, which we probably wouldn't use anyways. So, yeah, this node, and this node are the big buff changes. And then the thing that Risky's wanted me to build around is there is a pair of gloves. Where are they at? Did I already pass them? Am I blind? I think I am blind. Oh, they're Falcon Fists, yeah. So you have Falcon Fists, which makes it so Cinder Strike melee damage per level of Falconry. So you get plus 16 flat damage, basically, per level of Falconry if you don't have a weapon. So the weapon is right here. You can still use an offhand, just not a weapon. And then while increase Cinder Strike's area per level of Falconry, so you basically just want to get as many levels of Falconry as possible. And then while unarmed, your melee, your Falcon's hits grant Cinder Strike plus 4 melee damage, increase 1% area for 6 seconds. So, pretty good. So yeah, we can make something with that. We'll definitely want to go Falconer so we can get the Falcon levels. I forgot about that portion of Falcon Fist, so yeah, we'll definitely be playing Falconer. But yeah, we can theory draft something for that. It's probably not, but that's my jam. Random nonsense for no reason. Oh yeah, that stuff can definitely be fun. Why do you think it struggles at higher corruption? Curious, so I can better understand how builds scale at higher corruption. So, Void Knight struggles a little bit with survivability, high-end corruptions, because it doesn't really have a lot of block chance stuff. And it doesn't have any ward synergies, and so you're basically just health stacking, endurance stacking, and praying. There's not a lot of like percentile damage mitigation either. Like if you look at like Mage, you have like a bunch of stuff that gives you like minus 25% damage taken here, minus 25% damage taken here. You don't get a lot of that with Void Knight, so struggles defensively. As far as the actual beams go, the beams don't scale damage super heavily. Like it's enough to get you past like a couple hundred corruption. But when you start getting into like, you know, 500-600 corruption Orobuses, where they have just like a fuck ton of health, you have like 15-20 minute fights. You know, it's just not gonna be a good time for bossing. So there's and then on top of that, it's kind of a clunky playstyle, and you're trying to aim the beams, and if you have a boss that's moving around a lot, like Orobus, it's gonna be really hard to get your damage uptime at a good place. So I think that's where it runs into some of those nuances that create it that make it struggle a little bit more. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so this is what we're wanting to build around, and we're wanting to build Cinder Strike. So we got Cinder Strike here. And we're definitely going to be using Overexertion for the damage multiplier. That's going to be insane, especially with how much flat damage I'm going to be able to get with the Falcon Fist. Okay, so we're probably going to take all 5 of these for the extra 40% more damage. At least the first 3 of there, we're going to have to take those nodes. So I feel like this is the core that we're going to be dealing with. 60% mana efficiency should help a lot. It's a 0 mana cost by default. So basically we have a 20% mana skill that's getting 60% mana reduce. So not too bad. Not too bad. It's doable. I don't really want to go any of the flash stuff. I don't think it's going to help us by any means. So I'm going to completely ignore that. The other part is getting crit chance stuff. So Cinder Strike's first attack has more critical strike chance per stack of Ignite on the target up to a maximum. So this could be really big for easy crit chance. I don't really want to go any of this stuff, and not really any of this stuff. So I think this is probably the play. Is going down here, getting some extra fire damage. And then filling out this crit. I think that should make it really easy to cap out on crit. We grab the extra Ignite chance. We might be able to get Ignite elsewhere. We'll think about it while we look at it, but I think probably something like this. I thought it used to have a crit multi. Oh, the crit multi's there. Dang it, dude. I really want down here, too. Because the first attack crit multi is 30% per point. That's like really big. Hold on. If we can fix the crit elsewhere, I think this would actually be better. That's 150% crit multi. Yeah, that's insane. And that doesn't have the it doesn't have the issues with like having to get Ignite chance. I don't know. We'll look at it. I think this is probably better though. That's a lot of crit multi. Okay, cool. That's really helpful. Thanks. Of course, man. Of course. I went away for 5 minutes and we're doing Rogue. Let's go. Hey, what's up? Hey, brother. Hope you're enjoying the theory crafting. Have a great stream. Have a great stream chat. Hey, I appreciate you, Captain. Thanks for being here, brother. 60 crit unarmed is gonna be hard, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We got some new toys that we can play around with. Okay, so we have our general identity. We're gonna want to go crit, unarmed, and get as many levels of falconry as possible. That also puts in our next skill. So we have falconry as our next skill. That's just a no-brainer, right? So the question is, how do we build out the falcon? I think because we're going crit, we're going to want to give our damage to our falcon, which means we're going to want to go down here, and we're playing crits. So we're going to want to give it all the crit nodes. I think that's no-brainer. Whenever the Falcon hits an enemy with Falcon Strikes, it marks them. Your next hit against a marked target deals more damage. That's going to be really big. Also, every Falcon build should be grabbing these nodes. Bird of Prey. It's going to give you a 16% execute. So any boss that's below 16% health, I'm just going to instantly kill him. We're definitely going to go for that. We are a little bit heavier on mana, and I'm planning on deck stacking. So I'm going to grab that node as well, so that way they're giving us mana back. Typically, the Falcon only gives you, let's see. I think we want to get the extra Falcon chance. I think we grab the extra damage, we grab the extra chance to apply the Falcon mark. We're going to give the Wake Wing buff, which is going to give us movement speed, which Falconer gets a lot of increased damage for scaling movement speed. So I think that's going to be really big. And then the attack and cast speed. I don't want any of the mana costs. And then I think we grab the extra Falcon damage, because the Falcon's going to, by default, have a lot of damage just because we're going to have a lot of damage. I think that's probably good. And then I'll probably just put an extra point there. So we have the buff longer. Yeah, probably something like that. I think that's probably ideal. So can you explain the new boss word health pool thing? Yeah. See if we have a reference here. So those of you guys that didn't know, before this last patch, how it worked is the bosses had this hidden damage reduction built into them. So they would take 100% of the damage that you were doing to them for the first few seconds of taking damage. So if you could kill a boss within, like, I think it was like 6 seconds or something like that, it would take 100% of the damage. So those really high burst builds were really, really strong. However, if you didn't kill them during that time frame, it would get a massively stacking damage reduction built into the boss, and then it would make them take like almost no damage for the rest of the fight if you were doing like a gigaton of damage. They reverted that, and now how it works is bosses get ward. And so there's like these, so you have like the boss like health bar. So like, let's say this is the boss health bar. And every 25% of the health, there's a little node that you would hit. And when he hits 25% of the health, his entire health pool is going to get covered in ward. And so now you have to kill the ward down until you can start hitting his health pool again. And so you have to do that 3 times. So every 25% interval, when you get him to 0, he just dies. The amount of ward he's getting is scaling with the amount of damage you're doing. So however long it takes you to kill that 25% health pool is kind of like depending on how much ward he's going to be getting. And then it degens over time. The degen is almost nothing from my experience though. So just pretend like the degen doesn't even exist. Unless you're literally sitting in a fight for like 20 minutes, it doesn't matter. So the higher DPS builds are going to have to do a lot more damage to kill a boss. So it's basically just help bringing down the giga DPS builds to be more on par with regular damage builds. That's basically how it's working. A very kind of short, to the point explanation of how to look at it. Okay. Let me see if there's any other uniques that would make sense for our build. Also, where do I get levels for Falcon at? Is that chest, helmet, or... Okay, it's helmet. Okay, so that's good to know. So I'm going to have to get levels of Falcon on my helmet. I might be able to get away with using a Peak of the Mountain because I have other ways to generate health, and that might help my crit out a lot. That's probably the play. And it's pretty easy to get an LP one. So I'm guessing this is going to be my helmet. And then with those levels of falconry, it's going to give me more flat damage. And increase area. So I think that's probably going to be pretty big. We might just grab the extra Falcon damage here, because the Falcon's going to be hitting pretty hard. I think we can take the 1 point out there and put that in there. Triple against moving targets. Yeah. Probably play. Okay, so we have a level 25 Falcon right now. I think that helmet makes the most sense. We're going to be doing crit hit damage as fire base. I don't think there's anything amulet-wise I really care about. I'm not going to be able to get the leech from Loggies. I don't think that makes sense. I can't leech from my crits anyway, so I don't think Knowles would make any sense. I could use this. I could use the Wings of Argentus. It'd give me even more less damage taken while moving. That's a really viable option. The alternative... This is a big chest piece, the Falconry Armor. Give me a bunch of melee damage. I could also get base crit, though. What prefixes would I be losing out on? Sadly, I can't use any of the nodes that give me bonuses for using a specific type of weapon. I could get Shred Armor, I could get more Dex. It's gonna be hard to get a Wings of Argentus with LP on it. Armor Shred effect is really good. I can't use any of the stuff with the specific weapon types. Which is a lot of the increased damage for Rogue, sadly. I think the main thing I'm losing here is just the base crit and the crit avoidance. So I could possibly... If my crit's fine, I could go Wings of Argentus. That'd give me a lot of damage reduction, it'd give me a lot of percentage fire damage, and it'd give me the less damage taken. Plus the additional 2 levels on Cinder Strike, which would be really nice. That could give me the extra crit there for igniting. Someone was mentioning that the number of word breakers is different on different enemies. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, right here. More significant bosses such as chapter bosses, timeline bosses, and dungeon bosses have more breakpoint. Most other bosses have 2. Okay, so I think that's probably where I was thinking the 3 is on all the pinnacle bosses. Sadly, you run into like those rare mobs that are like technically mini bosses, like while you're running through the campaign and while you're running through echoes that count as this. So like the little snake guys, like the Red Crimson captains, those guys have ward. It sucks, so it makes them so much tankier. But I think those guys typically have 2 breakpoints. So I think that's what they're talking about, those 2 breakpoints. But yeah, that's a fair call out. This Falconer is still really good. A lot of the like Giga stuff got nerfed. Like Dive Bomb. But if you want to play Cinder Song, or not Cinder Song, fucking Dragon Song, I don't know why I keep calling that. Dragon Song is still amazing. This could be, Pillager's Gold could be really good, because it gives you a 100% chance to throw a Burning Dagger, which is a 100% ignite chance. So that could be a really good option for Unique. Or we could just do this, like this ignite chance. But these are really, really common, and it's really, really easy to get a 3 LP one. And it gives us a more damage multiplier. So that could be an option for us. Maybe doing something like that. Level 27 Cinder Strike? That's insane. Okay. We can use an offhand. So we can use an offhand. Question is, what kind of offhand do we want to use? I think we can still use a quiver. Even without a bow. Like, we could use, like, Glancing Blow. I really want to know how this works. Because if that's auto-picking up for us, that could be kind of interesting. Sadly, Dark Quiver, the best node for Cinder Strike is the one that resets the combo, which doesn't matter if we're always doing the first combo. But that would give us a kill threshold of 15%, and we wouldn't need it on our Falcon. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. Um, so if we can use the quiver, we're probably best off just using a Spider Silk quiver for the 10% more damage to slowed enemies. I think that's probably the play. I just want to check if this is moving at all. Okay. I don't think it's adding a lot of the other stuff, though. Yeah, I think we can add the quiver. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but I'm pretty sure we can just use the quiver there. I don't think we have a unique that we'd really want to use, so... We'll see if anything with the boss bar was has way higher drops, right? Typically, they have better drops. I was planning on using the blind node here for crit bone, yes, because it doesn't specify that it has to be with the bow. I was hoping to get some blind chance in, which I believe I can get here. Yeah. So that's probably where I'd get that from. There's not a whole lot of spots you can get to it without using a bow. So yes. Figuring out Pernaro, I'll probably start mage. Yes, sir! Mage boy. Alright. Let's look at unique rings. So I could use these for base crit. I'd rather not, though, if I can. These are really good options, because it's going to give us a chance to apply melee, or ignite, and it gives us flat melee damage. So having a Sun Wreath is probably, at least one of them, would make a lot of sense to me. Help make up for some of that flat damage I'm going to be missing from having a sword. I don't think any of the unique belts are so bad. I feel like most of them are just useless. I'm probably going to end up going Spider Silk. I don't know. I might go armor base, though. Blood of Exile is always a really good choice. These aren't too bad. They give you quite a bit of armor, and they give me 1% increased damage per 1% movement speed. These give me a lot of melee crit multi too. This is definitely the highest damage output boots. Base effective haste on you. That could be really big. I don't care about this stuff, but just like the 12 dex, the movement speed, and increased haste, and then having the chance to get unique or legendary potential. The 1 up P is not too bad. That's pretty bad though. Stealth's kind of interesting. I'm kind of leaning towards this, like, the insane amount of crit multi I could get. If I can maintain it, I don't know. We'll see. Alright, let's go through our passives real fast. I'm going to be dex stacking. I want as much dex as possible. I want the less damage taken while moving. And the chance to gain haste on hit. And the 1% increased damage per 1% movement speed. That's pretty big. I don't think the rest of the stuff's really gonna matter. I'm just gonna put it here, honestly. Yeah, do I care about any of this stuff with marksman? The haste after you have it's kind of cool. That's a new node. I think that's probably it for Marksman. Blade Dancer, I definitely want the Glancing Blow with Dex. That's really strong. The movement speed bonus from this is good, because that's basically 8% more damage. We could get the Dust Shrouds on hit. I don't know yet. I'll have to see how many points I have left. More damage with Haste is really good. Getting the endurance threshold of maximum health is a no-brainer. I'll probably grab those Dex nodes. These are only with a two-handed weapon. Yeah, so let's grab the Dex nodes here. I don't have any weapons, so I can't really benefit from those. Let's fill out the rest of the Dex nodes. Could potentially get the mana, but I don't think I'll need it, but we'll put 1 point in here for now. The area would apply to Cinder Strike, but it's kind of whatever. Hey, I think I'm gonna get the mana nodes. Yeah, we want all of these for the Dex, Armor, and Dodge rating. The 3 points here to give us the bonus where we get health on hit from our Falcon for pointed Dex. We want our Falcon's abilities to be an instant cast too, so we're gonna grab that. Okay, we're playing crit, so all of these are really big. 36% crit multi, extra crit chance. We want the 4-point bonus here for extra armor for Dex, since we're Dex stacking. We want the 6 points here for the damage taken while moving and the increased movement speed, which also gives us damage. We'll probably want these just for the crit multi, or the crit avoidance, if anything. It'll just help free up some slots in our gear. And then we need the 3 points here for the more damage per stack of slow, since we're going to be using the quiver, that also gives us a more damage multiplier for slow. Okay, and then we have 15 points to kind of play around with. These are really big. It gives us Glancing Blow and double of our Glancing Blow if we haven't been hit recently. That should be a big defensive. This will basically give us 10% because it converts all of our block chance to Glancing Blow. So it's basically just a 10% node. Yeah, and then I'll give this the rest of Glancing Blow. I think that's probably how I build it. Okay. I'll figure it out tomorrow, yeah. Glancing Blow or not, you miss a Glancing Blow on Rogue. I think I got it. Static Orbit is then. I'll be going Merchant Guild though. I will be too, Ben. I will be too. I'm going Merchant. I'm gonna try to play Merchant this cycle. Yeah, you just got it? Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. Okay, we're probably gonna go crit multi. Get the free lightning res. We could get our slow on hit here, but I think I'll probably just get it here. I think that'd probably be easier. And that way I can get access to the, probably the crit avoidance. That'd probably be the best one. And then that should cap me, I think. Yeah, that caps me with just the passive in that. I would like to get the increased armor. We'll see how our res looks at the end. And then hopefully the endurance here. I think that would be the best play. Man, I'm using so many uniques, though. Okay. I need a lot of Fizz Res if I'm going to use these boots. That might actually stop me. Maybe I should be using, it's not on this one, it's on the... Yeah, let's get rid of the armor. We have to go Fizz Res. I'll at least negate most of the boots. I'm gonna get a lot of free armor from my Falcon too, just hitting stuff. I don't think I can go double these rings. I think I have to use at least one rare ring, and I'd probably need to use a necrotic ring. Hey, thanks for the sub on YouTube, guys. Saving all the decent uniques, yeah, make some money. And then go Bone Amulet for the extra Fizz res. Okay. I don't think it calculates the crit multi inside, I'm at 357. Plus another 150, that's pretty good. Plus it's gonna be hitting so hard with that 30% more. Yeah, we have 90, or no, 60, 100% more damage just on the tree, right? On these 3 notes. Literally double damage just from those. Plus just an insane amount of crit multi. Okay. So on here, I'd probably want to get Shred. Shred and Fizz res. What's my crit chance at? What's at 21% right now? But that's without any of the crit bone. And without the crit from Ignites. I probably still want to get a little bit of crit chance. I think I am. I'm gonna want to get mana regen here at least. It might be better for me to actually go double mana regen here, because I do have a little bit of a hefty mana cost. And I get, oh no, that's not the potion. I was thinking of the other belt. Okay. Yeah, I think the double mana is probably going to be necessary. I don't have that much mana cost, but that way I can at least try to spam as much as possible. The fire damage is pretty whatever. And then we're going to want to get health pool. I think we go Exalted Hybrid. That's the downside using these boots. I'm going to lose so much health. It might be better to plan without them for now. That is so much health I'd be losing. Or I could use these ones instead. And it'd be easier for me to get, like, Dex. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not going to be suffering on crit multi by any means. Then I can swap this over to the armor percentage. I think that makes more sense. Let me check my idols before I finish everything else. Can you wear a shield or just a quiver? I could wear a shield. I get a lot more damage from using these though. Like I could use a shield. Yeah, I'm already capped glancing below, but that's if I haven't been hit recently. So I could use the shield though. And make it easier to Ellie res cap, but this also gives me the chance to add slow and blind. And I need some kind of slow chance and blind chance, which I can't add on a shield. Oh shit, it's hot, 108 today. We're probably hitting 120 again this year. Glad I'm in my air-conditioned room. I wonder how hot it is here. I don't think it's that bad here. It's 91 right now. I haven't been outside except to grab my food, so... Be back later. No worries, man. I'll catch you later, man. Yeah, I could run a shield though. I could run a shield. Okay, let's see what we got. I wish we counted as dual wielding while unarmed. Increase area with Cinder Strike's first attack. I don't think I need to increase area though. I think we're gonna do pretty good with just the gloves because it's gonna give us a bunch of increased area. Okay, so 3x1 seem like they're dead. They don't really have anything except increased damage with area and increased shred effect. I'm not gonna be attacking fast enough for the shred to be like super impactful. Literally the only thing that does anything for me is vitality. Idols are gonna be hard. Yeah, 4x1s are dead. I'm probably just gonna be using 1x3s, but we'll see. Critical strike chance isn't bad. Ellie res is good. Percentile fire damage is kind of whatever. Alright. I'm guessing these are going to be the good ones. Get shred on melee hit. The health percentage is really big. We can just go health percentage Ellie res. Those are probably going to be the go-to. We'll check the 2x2s though. Shared crit multi. Nothing good enough on the second though. Okay, so I think what we do is we go like this. We go health, we go Ellie res. Because we're playing fire damage, we're going to want a Throne of Ambition. And then we just throw in our 1x2s. Try to get that health up as much as we can. I haven't grabbed any health on the suffixes yet either, I don't think. Oh no, I grabbed some. Yeah, we do miss a lot of health from running this chest piece. But we do get the damage reduction at least with it, so it's not too bad. It's pretty easy to get a 2 LP on the end of these, so I'm going to assume I can at least get this. Okay, so that like caps basically our Ellie res. I mainly just need a lot of void res. We got void poison on here. Then we seal an endurance roll just to cap the endurance out. And we're definitely going to want the dex. And crit. It's going to be actually pretty easy to get a 3 LP on these now. They made it way easier to get LP on these guys. So... Dex crit. I'm just gonna put Dex crit. I don't want to put res on those if I can help it. I do need to add a cleanse on the belt. Really easy to get a free LP one of these. We'll put Frailty on there. I can actually put the slow on hit as a sealed modifier because I really don't need that much. I only need a couple stacks. You probably go like that. Then that way it's easier to cap out the void res. And then I think we want Dex crit chance. Chance to ignite. Okay, cool. I think that's what we do. Let's finish out the skills. Okay, so we got Cinder Strike, we got Falconry. I'm probably going to be using Smoke Bomb as the movement skill for this build. Mine only applies to the bows. Is Sork an S tier? Probably, Matthias. Yeah, my starter build is gonna be a Sork, so exclamation point starter, and I have an hour-long video on my starter. So, Bastard of Honor would be a good choice. Not really. They kind of nerfed Bastard of Honor by a lot, so it's not as good as it used to be. It was that way last cycle too. Pretty much no one uses it now. You gotta be stacking strength. I was thinking Bulwark, 55% chance glancing blow. I don't really want the Apocalypse buff though. That's gonna be draining my health a whole bunch. Also, Cradle to erase if you convert all block to glancing blows. Does that mean you never lose stacks for Cradle? Let me re-look at it. Lose a stack of Golden Ages on block. That's actually interesting. That is an interesting mechanic. I don't want the... Oh no, I couldn't block. Okay, so I wouldn't get the ward, which is good. That could actually be insane. Yeah, that is big brain. That is big brain. I'd lose a bunch of damage, but that's a potential option. That would definitely cap our glancing blow. Yeah, you probably would want this for higher corruption. Let's see what it would be looking like. I don't even think we would need the block chance. I think ideally what we'd want is, where's it at? Oh no, the damage taken on block wouldn't work either. Yeah, so the other stats we could get on it wouldn't be super great. We could just get like melee damage. Make up for some of the damage. That's not a bad idea though. I would just need to add slow and blind somewhere. So the question is, how would I get that? We have Acid Flask. I could get it from Smoke Bomb maybe. No, that's only the bow one. Yeah, that'd be much harder to get though. You can add slow on the shield, but only to attackers. You can blind with shurikens if you plan on having them orbit you. You good on? Thanks for the follow, man. I'm mostly done eating, guys. I can turn my camera back on. Sorry, I forgot that I had that off. That is interesting. What other skills would I want? Dive Bomb would help me with mana a lot. But I could go Shuriken. If I did Shuriken, I would want to use Shift as my movement skill and not Smoke Bomb. So I could drop Smoke Bomb and go Shift Shuriken. Let me look at the Shuriken node real quick. Hold on. Let me look how many points. Those are the points that are required. I could use Shift. Could use Slow, gives you Caltrops, right? Smoke Bomb I think can give Slow, but the net would be my movement skill if I was using nets. I just want to get access to... So I really want Dive Bomb, because Dive Bomb can basically just give me infinite mana while I'm on bosses. Oh wait, Slow! I can get Slow from Dive Bomb. Okay, so we can do this. We can do this. We throw our Shurikens. We grab the buff duration, immune while shifting. I have my healing disabled, so I kind of want the heal there, and the cleanse would be really nice. Okay. And then I grab the slow on Dive Bomb. I need 3 points here to negate the mana cost, and then gain mana when I hit a boss. You want the reduced delay, otherwise it feels really clunky. Reduce the cooldown. Base critical strike chance, critical mechanic multiplier. Okay, I only care... I should probably put the other 2 points there. I could get extra cooldown, but I think we do the 3 stacks of slow, because I think I cap out my damage multiplier at 3 stacks. I think slow, sorry, in general, caps out at 3, right? Max stacks 3, yeah. Okay, so that means if I hit anybody with Dive Bomb, that would give me the max stacks. So all Falcon comes to rescue? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty big. I could also just grab 1 point of Screech, too. But that would only be on Falcon Strike, so that wouldn't be very reliable, or this is going to be up all the time. Okay. That'll give me a bunch of armor. That'll give me the blind chance. So it'll give me slow and infinite mana on bosses, and it'll give me a bunch of crit and crit multi with the movement speed. Alright, okay, I think we got it. I think we got it. We're not supposed to trap. Where's the other one? Cinder Strike, there we go. I don't need to put Shuriken on my bar. I'm just gonna put Falcon here. I'm gonna put a decoy. I need Dive Bomb. Okay, cool. I like this. I like this. Yeah, we should have pretty much cap Glancing Blow at this point. We're way over cap, but 50% of that is gone if we get hit. So we'll be pretty close to cap even when we do get hit. We'll be stacking a lot more armor as our Falcon's hitting stuff and dodge chance. Okay, I think that's pretty good. What's the rate on Legendary? We can get 3 LPs on these pretty easy, huh? What's my crit chance at? It's at 27%, but I'm gonna get a whole bunch with crit vulnerability and with applying ignites. I probably still want crit chance here, though. I could get melee attack speed, but I think the crit chance is probably gonna be better. Okay. I think that's probably where we'd have it at. Something like that. Falcon comes to rescue, yeah. Notice on Doom, Sork, my poison necrotic res is like 5% under. Is that gonna be an issue? No. No, it's not gonna be a problem. Also, if you just get better rolls, those are all like conservative. So 5% is not a big deal though. Alright, cool. Let's share this with you guys. You guys want this planner for Cinder Strike? Sick. We went through quite a few builds today, though. Got a Doom build, Cinder Strike build. We fixed a couple of Chats builds. Yeah, not too bad. Alrighty, boys. I think that's probably what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna try to maybe do a video if I can. Real quick. That's not like a build guide, just like top builds I recommend. So I'm probably gonna work on that. And then kind of go from there. But I'll be around tomorrow, guys. My plan is to probably be live about 45 minutes before cycle starts. So plan on that. We'll be around. I'm still gonna be answering questions, even though I'm gonna be zooming. I'll still be answering questions in chat, helping you guys out. I need to build out a loot planner or a loot filter. So I'll have a loot filter ready to go for the Mana Sork. We'll be solid, guys. We'll be solid. It's gonna be a good time. Thoughts on Frostclaw Spark? It's still super overpowered. Still super overpowered. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Oh, can I hang in the Discord the next few days? You mean like while I'm playing? It depends on how crazy chat is, if I'll be in there. You're welcome to hang out in there at Risky. It'll just depend on how crazy chat is for me. If I get too overwhelmed with having other people audio in there. But we'll see. If it's slower, for sure, I'll jump in though. So if you just want to hang in and I can kind of jump in and out, I'm totally down for that. Alright, boys, let's see if we can find somebody to share some love with. That is maybe playing some Last Epoch or theory crafting some Last Epoch, huh? Who do we got? Not a whole lot of people, honestly. There's not too many people going crazy. The person doesn't have a camera. Go say hi to this person. They make a lot of PoE stuff. They've been doing a lot of LE stuff recently. So go check them out, guys, if you haven't yet. I'll be around for at least probably 18 hours tomorrow. We might go a full 24. We'll kind of see how it goes. But, alrighty, boys. Catch you all later. Love you, love you.